Wallace, welcome in. Thanks for getting first and checking
Check your
in.
G-diffuser system.
My name is Inigo Montoya.
Am I going mad? Or did the word think escape your lips?
It is time.
I am not a merry man.
We're just getting started here, so give me a few minutes.
Who told you you can eat my cookies?
Thanks for all the redeems. Alright, we're ready to roll here. Sorry everyone for being a little bit late. My sleep schedule's been drifting. I'm trying to fix it. It's not working out so well. Yeah, just kind of rolling with it at this point, and we'll see what happens. But there is a tentacle in chat. And we're going to be doing more of what we were doing yesterday and just kind of splitting up these into different spacings and get the weighting to be different and all that. So just like before, we'll just copy this, paste it onto a new layer, and bring down the opacity. Duplicate it, and then drag it into place. And so now we can see this is what the first screen of this text is going to look like. As you can see, there's a lot more black space on the bottom. There's a small space in the middle. So we're going to want to make some adjustments here. And let's get our grid up. Now that's too big of a grid, so let's fix that. Set that to 8 by 8, and so as you can see, the letters are in the wrong spot because they need to be, most of them need to be 1 pixel over, and then the punctuation needs to be over the other way. So yeah, it's a little bit weird, but the capitals are supposed to be against, and the lowercase are supposed to have 1 pixel against the right, or 1 pixel away from the right, rather. And then, like I said, the punctuation has like special treatment here, that way it reads a little bit better, and get it right next to the line there. And things are at least consistent at this point. Johnny had mentioned that he got more consistent as he was doing more, and that makes sense. One thing I've been doing was putting but on its own line. Like that, and then putting an ellipses in, and then capitalizing the next letter. And then we can provide even more space this way and take up more of the screen. Where there's a comma, we can add another space too. That can kind of help things out. Do the same here. Oh, the comma should be on the same line. Actually, this whole thing is off. Not sure what happened there. I must have missed it when I moved it, but there should be 1 row of pixels underneath the letters. So this is looking a little bit better. We need to move before jumping over. I'm just reading it over. So this one looks pretty good then. So we can move on to the next one here. And continue making the same kind of changes here. So again, we've got 2 pixels. This one's down a little bit. For the most part, these are actually pretty good though. Considering they're like where they're supposed to be. Mostly. Like the letters are 1 space away from the edge. We can scoot this over. And then we can do this. But yeah, so let's do some of the same things. We've got some commas and some things we can move around. So we'll start with this butt at the end. We'll throw this towards the bottom. We'll put the butt in the middle. And then to be more, I don't know, theatrical or whatever, more mysterious, we'll use ellipses here. We can do them here as well. And then use a capital B here. And then let's split up the comma stuff. So I think this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we can fit stones on the same line. That way we can fit mines on the next line. So we've got 2 there and 3 there. But the comma is like really close to the edge, so we can probably scooch it over to there and it'll still feel like it's in the middle. We'll put they seemed 2 on one line. Then have a reaction on 2, or on the line below it, rather. So we can scoot everything down. When held adjacent to one of the stones from the mines, Pyrotoad examined one of the stones. When held adjacent to one of the stones from the mines, they seemed to have a reaction. Almost as if they had a symbiotic relationship. But what could it mean? I think that works. We could, since we have an ellipses here, we could do another one here at the end. Change this to a capital. And then grab this, put it there. That looks pretty good. We'll duplicate this one. Remove this. Now we'll try to space this one out a little bit better too and fix some of the little things. A lot of the letters seem to be in the right spot actually for this one. But the punctuation will still move over. It just feels better when it's right against the line. Alright, so for the most part, this one's really good. So we'll just have to like space things out a little bit more. Maybe 3 lines from the top and the bottom. And then this one right in the middle, and then we can capitalize the destination. So grab the right color, and then, oh, I didn't write anything. That's not what we want. Frost Fang Caverns. Alright, so there is a comma here, so we can put that extra space there. There is a little more weight on the bottom, but that's okay. I think this one's better. So we'll save this and we'll open the next one. Oh shit, I forgot to turn off the green. And then we'll go to 9. We'll grab the green. We'll get our grid going. There's the grid, and we'll duplicate this and move it down. Okay, so yeah, again, everything is looking, oh, well, I guess, no, things need to get moved over. Spoke too soon. So we'll select this, go back down to this, and scooch it over 1. And then we'll deselect, drag this over 1 by 1. This one, we'll just drag that, it's a little bit quicker. This one as well. So yeah, we can do kind of the same thing here. We'll put butt on its own line and put this below. We'll move this down to the bottom for now. We'll move that up 1. We'll move these over so we can fit purpose in there. So there's 2 there and 1 there, and because the question mark is closer to the line, it'll look okay there. We'll go up 1 more line for this. Try to get it as close to the middle as possible. We'll do the same thing here. We'll capitalize it. And then we'll put in the ellipses. Then we'll capitalize the F here. Alright, we'll put evidently on its own line. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's good. This one's rough because there's so many big words. So what we'll do is we'll get rid of this. Evidently, Chili Caverns are Chili Caverns are the ideal location for storing the moonstones. Maybe we'll do an. Chili Caverns are an ideal location. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's fine because the comma's there. We'll move both of these lines down. There's not enough room to split this one because evidently it had to be on its own. So I think this one works. We'll go to the next one. Actually, butt looks a little funny there, doesn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's try over one. I feel like that fits a little bit better. Just because this one's on that side. We'll duplicate this. Drag it down to here. Turn off this one. Got a comma there so we can split that, although it looks like things need to be scooched over a bit, so let's do that first. That works. Control D, deselect. So we'll grab everything below the comma and we'll move it to the bottom. Maybe we'll do 3 lines on either side because it's a shorter passage. So there's 3 lines there, 4 lines in the middle, and then 3 lines there. It sure feels like a big gap though. Indie Maniac, thanks for checking in. Hope you're doing well. Last playing My Friendly Neighborhood. I don't know that one. How was that? Was that fun? A mascot horror game. Interesting. Yeah, when I was at that game dev meetup the other night, I almost got someone to test Little Screamies, but I forgot to download it onto my Steam Deck. Imagine Sesame Street, but horror. Oh, interesting. I feel like I might know that one. Because it's like Muppets, right? Unless there's more than one Muppet mascot horror game. I was definitely bringing this one to my team's attention when we were working on Little Screamies. Well, actually, because we were working on another project. There were actually going to be more projects. And, yeah. Can't say too much about it, but, yeah, the Muppets. I thought that was a really clever idea. I mean, I guess as long as it's parody, like, there's no legalities of it, but I know that, like, Jim Henson's Muppets are, like, definitely patented. But, yeah, if you're joking about it, and, you know, not breaking the law, that's fine to use. I mean, they look like Muppets, but no real names used. Well, believe it or not, the actual idea of using a Muppet is patented, I believe. Unless the patents have expired, like, Muppetry is patented as far as I know. And then again, I'm not a lawyer, but from what I've heard, that was the case. But once again, if you're doing satire, then that's okay, right? So I imagine it was more of a satire on it because it's like a horror thing. Stray Bullets, yo, how you doing? I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Let's take a look. I asked, are Muppets patented? Yes, some Muppets are protected by patents, specifically design patents for their unique appearance. Jim Henson and his business partner Jane Nebel received design patents for the puppets Wilkins and Watkins used in Wilkins coffee commercials. Additionally, the Muppets as characters are protected by copyrights and trademarks, ensuring their creators' control over the use and reproduction. Okay, so it's not as vague as I was thinking. But yeah, I remember looking this up for work. And that's when I learned about Wilkins coffee. So I'm not sure if any of you know this, but Kermit the Frog was an advertisement before it was a cartoon. They actually did well, there was Wilkins and Wontkins, but I believe there was like a Kermit the Frog thing too. I can't really remember. Anyways, I was kind of astounded by the ads themselves. They were very I don't know what the word is. Not exactly risque, but risque for the times, right? They were borderline, like, they were violent. They were I mean, this was back in like the 40s or something. Or, no, it was 1959. Okay, so it was in the 50s, the late 50s. Anyways, if you're interested in that, it's definitely kind of an eye-opener to see the early versions of the Muppets. But yeah, here's a early patent for yeah. So I think Wilkins was this looking one, and then Wontkins was more like this one. Yeah, that was Wontkins, and then Wilkins was actually basically Kermit the Frog. And those were like the first two Muppets, and they were for Wilkins Coffee. And it was a groundbreaking success. It was like one of the first most talked about commercials. Before that, prior to that, a lot of things were like just run-of-the-mill commercials. Haven't you felt like you need this today? And like, you know, like you know, just blatantly straightforward being advertisement, where this was like actually kind of funny and a cartoon, and it caused people to go to work the next day and said, "Did you see the new Wilkins commercial?" And they would say, "Oh my god, it was so funny." And it gave people something to talk about that was still an advertisement. So it was spreading the word of mouth in a big way. And it really changed the face of marketing and advertising at the time. Oh, there's a blip bug in chat. That sounds like a cool bug Pokemon. Taking notes, panic? I don't see the panic in that, but yeah. So I think this is as good as we're gonna get this one. But yeah, honestly, Indie Maniac, since you're into marketing, I don't know if you're still taking classes for that, but that actually might make a really good report, the Wilkins and Wonkins advertisement campaign, because it was like really kind of earth-shattering at the time for as far as marketing goes. And it's something that a lot of people don't know about, because a lot of the older people are like either like, you know, dying or just like not part of the scene anymore. Like they're not part of the marketing world anymore. So all these young people taking over might not even know about some of the history of marketing, and that's actually a pretty big part. I mean, it literally became Sesame Street, which is still around today, you know, and that in itself. Oh, did I just change the song with my headphone swipe? Sorry about that. This is only taking notes emo I have left of all my gifted subs. Oh no! Looks like I gotta get on board with mine. Does sound like it would be fun to write about. I'm still doing marketing, yeah. Yeah, I mean, take a look at it. I think it's kind of an eye-opening thing, and something that maybe even your teacher might not know about, or maybe they would. It depends on your teacher. Like, the teacher that I had was pretty old school. She brought up Quisps, and I didn't know what the fuck Quisps were, but apparently there was a big marketing campaign behind Quisps, which was like an early cereal. So this one is going to require a few changes here. So first, we don't want things hanging over the tiles. This line is fine, but we're gonna need to capitalize it all. This one's good. The eye should probably be scooched over. Yeah, so it's a little bit all over the place here. And that's because Johnny made these in MS Paint, so things were kind of up to his discretion of how he wanted it, and we're just fixing things so it reads a little bit better and has a little bit better flow and looks a little bit better too. But the writing is fantastic. I was really impressed with what Johnny came up with for this. I'm not the world's best writer, and I'll be the first to admit that. Ari Boobs, welcome in. Thanks for the lurk. Hope you're doing well. And I hope your stream was good. I was lurking a little bit for it. Looked like you were playing Guild Wars some more. Magmaven Manor. Magmaven Manor. Making sure I'm spelling it right. Magma and Vein. Oh, Magma Vein. I got it. By the way, welcome in, Johnny. Oh, and there was something. What was. So the other one was. It was written Glue Hollow Cavern, but I mistakenly put Gloom Hollow, and now I'm thinking that Gloom Hollow kind of works better with an M in there. I was wondering what your thoughts on that were. Cause like the way Glue Hollow was written, it felt weird because glue is usually Glue, and then Gloo. It just felt like gloom was spelled wrong. So I wasn't sure if I was fixing a spelling error or if it just, or if, I mean, because we could do glue, but I feel like you were intending gloom. Okay, good, yeah, because the way that it was written was glue without the M. So I put that in there on accident. I was like, wait, is that supposed to be there or not? But okay, I'm glad we got that sorted then. Must have been a mistake. No worries, no worries. These things happen. That's why a second set of eyes is always helpful. And yeah, I'm definitely noticing that the later ones have more consistency. For sure, yeah. But thanks for dropping in, Johnny. Appreciate you being here. I hope that things are going well with your family time and all of that stuff. Is that your was that your dad's first time in Japan, or I mean, you've been there for a while. He's probably come out before prior, huh? But I can't imagine how cool that would be. Wait a minute. We've got one quotation here, but we don't have the other one. He's been here about 4 or 5 times. Oh, cool. Well, to me, that sounds like an adventure. I guess after 4 or 5 times, it's less adventurous and you kind of know a little bit more. But still, it's like, you know, the other side of the world from the States. But you being able to speak the language probably helps a lot. I remember when I went to Italy, I didn't know how to speak any Italian when I got there. I learned a couple words while I was there, but I wasn't able to I was speaking with my hands, I was pointing and stuff. We try to introduce different regions each time he comes. Well, that's really cool and thoughtful. Have you checked out anything cool? And I mean, that gives you a nice excuse to kind of go out on your own adventures too, because I'm sure you're, you know, working all the time and you've got your family there, so you're probably, you know, probably don't have all that much time to just go adventure on your own. But when you have your dad there, it gives you an excuse to go adventure. But yeah, I know there's a lot of really cool stuff in Japan. One of my best friends was in the Navy in Japan, and he came back with so many stories. Because they were stationed just off the coast of Japan, actually during Fukushima. But yeah, they had shore leave quite often while he was there. Well, I don't know how often, but often enough to come back with some stories. Oh, nice! I'd like to visit Europe sometime. It's cool. It's just really expensive. I mean, I'm sure it's expensive everywhere, but I'm glad I went back in the day because I don't think I could afford it now. So this quotation mark, I'm not sure if we really need it, and we don't have the other end to it. I think maybe we don't need it. Maybe we do a ellipses there. Japan is actually cheap now because the yen is really weak at the moment. Oh. I mean, the American dollar is pretty weak now too. I don't know how it is in comparison. But yeah. I'd be nervous to go to Japan, to be honest. You know, I don't know anything about the culture, really. Yeah. I would just be nervous. I'd be nervous to travel to any country right about now. Heck, I'm nervous just to get on a plane these days. Oh wait, what happened there? There we go. So this one's pretty good now. This one didn't really need that much work. And we're getting close to being done here. Gotta head out, but have a good stream. Well, thanks for dropping in, I appreciate it, and you enjoy your day. Things got scooched over. What happened there? There's a Pharaoh seed in chat. I think this one's fine, pretty much the way that it is. Hey, I caught the Pharaoh seed. Is that a plant Pokemon or a rock Pokemon? You know, I feel like this one should be sliced up a little bit. Maybe this moves back up and the and is in the middle. Cyfix, welcome in. How you doing? I'm doing good. How about yourself? I'm doing well. Kind of had a late start to the day, but that's okay. Same, I woke up right before stream. Yeah, I didn't wake up until like 5 today. 4 or 5. Maybe like 4:30. I kept trying to wake up. I set all these alarms, and I just kept turning them off and going back to sleep. Like, there was no real reason. You woke up at 6 p.m. Okay, yeah. I just really want to flip my sleep schedule back to normal, and like when I'm like wide awake, that seems like a great idea. But when I'm like asleep, you know, like in REM state, and then my alarm goes off, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm just gonna give myself another hour, just another hour, you know. What's 1 hour gonna, what difference is 1 hour gonna make? And then I sleep for another hour, and I'm like, yeah, one more hour, and then I do it again and again, and then I'm like, well, I've just slept 8 hours, so I guess I feel well rested now. However bad your sleep schedule is, someone has a worse schedule, pretty much. I was looking for advice on how to fix it online, and I found that like EMTs do like monthly swing shifts. In the past, I've pushed my sleep schedule forward. Yeah, it's easier for me to go forward, right? If I'll be like, I can stay up for 20 hours and then sleep for like 10 or 11 and then like work it out that way. Like that's easier for me, but I have to already be at like staying up till noon the next day to start that, right? And I'm not quite there yet. I think I went to bed around 6 or 7. But I don't have enough time to push it forward. So I'm trying to go back. Cuz I'm like right in the middle, right? I'm literally waking up when people are going to bed. I'm like 8 hours behind 8 hours behind the rest of the world on my sleep. Could be worse. At least I don't have like a job that requires me to do this or something. Same, because I don't want to stop streaming for a week after just starting. Yeah, I've definitely done my fair share of doing off and on with the streaming, and it doesn't help, obviously, but it doesn't hurt as much as you'd think that it would. Sometimes being too consistent is actually not great. Someone was trying to explain this to me on Twitter when they saw my stream schedule, and like, I get it, you know, if you're trying to like min-max, it makes more sense to have like consistent viewership rather than to be on all the time, right? Because if you're trying to get all of your viewers to all of your streams, doing something like Kixie's doing is actually probably more beneficial, or maybe a little bit more than what Kixie does, but it's working well for Kixie because she's such a great streamer that everyone who comes to her streams typically comes back to the next one because she's only streaming once a week, right? So something like that is actually really smart, right? Because then you can anticipate, you have time to anticipate, like, oh, I can't wait for next week kind of thing. But when it's every time you log on to Twitch, that person's on, all of a sudden it becomes like secondary to the other streamers who aren't on as often, if that makes sense, right? And then you kind of run out of things to say, or like, you know, chat isn't as exciting because it's something that happens all the time, if that makes sense. People who do come back every day or every other day or whatever are more likely to go into lurk mode or be less active in chat, which again, like, I don't really mind for what I'm doing, because a lot of what I'm doing is actually just working while I'm streaming, and I'm not after views so much. I'm not after, like, I'm not like chasing subs or anything like that. Granted, I did do like a type of a sub thing for my birthday, but that was, you know, more for just the fun of it than trying to like really push subs. And I think that kind of helped it also, because it didn't come off as being too salesman-y. But also it kind of helped with commissions as well, because like I don't really go out of my way and say like, hey everyone, come take commissions from me, because I'm like doing that for a living now. Like, I try not to do that, because then you end up with people who don't really care, or they might try to rip you off, or they might change their mind halfway through, and then getting the money can be like a big deal. Like, trying to get money up front from someone you don't really know, like that can be difficult. But yeah, for the moment I'm more trying to master the art of the tangent before pushing. Like, just trying to get a direction, you mean? Trying to find direction in the madness that is streaming. I could see that, for sure. Yeah, when I first started, I was doing daily streaming for at least a month, or about a month, and it was tough, right? Because you know, when you're first starting out, you only get like 1 or 2 viewers, like tops, and then you get rated by someone. It's like a big deal all of a sudden, because it's like, oh my god, there's like 10 people or like more, you know, 20 people, 25 people, and the first time you get over 50, it's like, oh my god, there's 50 people. You feel sweat dripping off of your head, you know, like because it takes some getting used to, right? And you kind of sit there, like me personally, I kind of sat there and waited for like more viewers to show up, and they just never came for a long time. And when they finally started showing up, you know, some of it was because of consistency, some of it was just because of longevity, right? And then some of it was because of the content that I was producing was interesting. So it was like a merging of those 3 things, I feel like, finally led to more than one person in chat typically. But even right now, there's not a whole lot of people, you know what I mean? And part of that's because of the time of day. Other people are streaming. Like, the content that I'm producing right now isn't the most exciting, you know, but I'm getting work done, and I'm, you know, being social. So I'm fulfilling my needs, and this won't go on forever. Eventually we'll be back into more you know, exciting content. Yeah, also the one-way conversation is a bit awkward. It takes some getting used to. It definitely takes some getting used to, but it's a good skill to have, right? Because when you learn how to just keep talking when no one's there and still make it like entertaining and exciting, that's like an actual skill. I don't know where else you can really use it, but it's helpful when people are there, because then you know, you can talk and say things that make sense, hopefully, and like you've kind of mastered the skill of talking to yourself and explaining your thoughts as you do things, and then it's easier to fill in those gaps between conversations. Yeah, it definitely takes a lot of practice. there's this thing they call streamer brain, which you've probably heard before at this point. And again, that's like, it's like this thing where you're just kind of describing what you're doing when you're just like saying your thoughts out loud as you do them. You haven't heard of this? Okay, yeah. So it's pretty common. Everyone who's been streaming for like a while kind of just falls into this pattern of using their streamer brain, they call it, where they're just explaining what they're doing as they do it. And it's pretty simply that. There's not a whole lot to that. Oh yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, exactly. Everyone kind of does it because you're kind of filling in the gaps between conversation. I've been doing it this whole stream, just saying like, oh, I'm gonna break this up and do that and make space here and weight things this way and move this over a pixel, move that over a pixel. Honestly, this one doesn't look too bad the way that it is. We could possibly fit map onto this line and then put a gap, but it really doesn't need it. I'm just kind of reading it real quick. But did the fabled mile-high manor truly exist? Or was it just a myth? I laughed out loud when I read that the first time, the mile-high manor. Stray Bolts, yo, I was wondering if there's any way to implement searching mechanics in this game. Probably not, unfortunately. You mean like exploration and like, what's the word for it? Collectathon? Like when you hold up or down when standing, hold up or down with standing idle, the screen will shift up or down to view the landscape. That's not a bad idea. I don't think it would be easy to do, but it's not a bad idea. I'll make a note of it for sure. Let me find the notes. They're on here somewhere. Here we go. I don't know where to put it. Do I got stuff at the bottom? This list is real big. Alright, yeah, we'll put it at the bottom. That's not a bad idea though, because I actually implemented something similar in Demonfish Dead Ahead, and it took me a while to get it to work right, but once I figured out the easiest way to do it, maybe that's the easiest way to do this also. However, the way I did it did require a different version of each scene that had no colliders and made the player like a little icon, and then so yeah, that probably wouldn't work because we'd have to reset the actors and it would lead to more bugs and exploits. I think that would be the hardest part of doing this, would be to stop the actors in place and then make them start again where they're supposed to be, because they're not set up to do that from the start. A lot of the actors that move back and forth, like this one for example, if we take a look at how it's set up, it's set to move from there to there to there to there to there, like that, right? And on initialization, it doesn't do anything. But yeah, the first thing it's told to do is move to there, and then it's told to move to there. So we would have to start and stop the update function for each actor on each scene separately. So it would definitely take at least a week of work probably to do that. And that's assuming that it works. It may or may not. But it is a good piece of feedback. And I feel like we've actually got this piece of feedback from a tester already. Because they mentioned on Super Mario how you could hold L or R and it would scan the screen over a little bit. Yeah, unfortunately it's not a real simple thing to do, so I'm not sure if we'd be able to, but it's a good idea, and I'll present it to Johnny and see if he has any thoughts on a easy way to do it. But I do think that the enemies, like switching to a map or even like stopping the enemies in their tracks and then starting them up again would lead to more bugs or more possible bugs and exploits. I think. I don't know. It's one of those things. I'm trying to think of platformers that do this, but with how challenging this game gets, could be cool. Dang, yeah, no, I agree that would be helpful for sure. We do have an ad coming up, and I'm gonna make some tea real quick, so it'll take just a minute here. But I appreciate everyone hanging out. We'll be back shortly to continue what we're doing here. But yeah. Ad break time. Oh wait, was that the ad and now the ad's over? Oh no, the ad starts in 3 minutes. Never mind. I wasn't reading everything properly. I was getting my 3-minute warning for the ads. Alright, let's keep working for another 3 minutes.
My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
I was waiting for that one. Like, how long is it gonna take for them to use the Inigo Montoya redeem? I actually was thinking about putting more in. I don't know how much Inigo ones there are left, because I fit in pretty much as much, like pretty much all of them that I could think of that were any good. You know, like him saying simple phrases like, you know, I use it a ton. Honestly, redeems are the thing I look forward to the most. Right on, yeah, that's part of the reason why I made so many of them. I knew people like using them. I made them real cheap so people can use them right away, right when they get here. I think this one's done. On to the next. But yeah, I was thinking about doing more Arnold Schwarzenegger ones. Those ones are pretty popular. Doing more Princess Bride ones because I love that. And they're pretty popular as well. And just like some random ones. I want to do a Silicon Valley one, right? But I need to like come up with the images and the audio clips for that, and that's gonna take a lot of effort. I started a Doom one, but I never finished it. That one ended up taking a lot more effort because I wanted to do animated GIFs of all the enemies. And they don't exist on the internet. You literally have to like rip them from the game to make them. So yeah, have the Dread Pirates from Princess Bride would be good. Yeah, exactly. Wesley / the Dread Pirate Roberts needs like his own redeem, and then maybe even one that's just like random, like, you know, B and C characters. Right? Because there's some really good one-liners even in the B and C characters. Or some quotes from Dune. I like the books. The movies were like, okay. They weren't my favorite. The sci-fi series though had some good spots, but again, like the acting wasn't like top-notch, and people probably don't know that one as well. There is a lot of source material between the 80s film, the new ones, and the sci-fi series, because there's 2 different sci-fi series. Between all of that, there is a lot of source material for that. But yeah, I don't own the game, and I haven't played it, so. The Atreides chant is something I would like. I don't really remember the Atreides chant. There was the fear is the mind killer chant, right? It's just them repeating Atreides? Okay. That must be from the new film. I mean, I saw both of them, but I don't really remember them. They weren't like terrible or anything like that, but I definitely, they weren't as memorable as the one from the 80s for me. Also, I saw the one from the 80s more recently. Oh, we got that ad. So I'm gonna make some tea. We'll be back shortly. And, yep. BRB. Okay, we are back. No one caught the Electros, oh no. Alright, so let's get the grid up. We'll fix the size of it. And yeah, so looks like things need to get scooched over. So yeah, there's not a whole lot of room to break things up on this one, which is unfortunate because there's a lot of words here. But we've only got, if we wanted to keep the top and the bottom, we've only got 2 extra spaces to use. We can't do the thing with the butt, and we can't really fit anything else because of all the big words. So I think we should just leave this one mostly how it is, or how it was. There was a few minor adjustments I did to the punctuality and moving the text over. But for the most part, this one looks good. Which means less work, so I'm okay with that. So now for this one, again, we'll scooch things down and over. And then we'll fix the punctuation so it's right against the edge. And the quotes, I've been doing this thing where I stagger them a little bit. It just looks a little bit better. I haven't actually gotten to this one yet. Proving to be his most treacherous test yet, Pyrotoad ascended each fluffy cloud en route to Mile High Manor. Astounded the myths were true. Does that make sense? Astounded the myths were true? The astounding myths were true? Maybe we need to look this up. Johnny probably already has. Either way sounds cool. So the AI overview says that it's not grammatically correct. The astounding myths might be harder to fit. Yeah. It's always hard to fit anything in Game Boy, unfortunately. But this is what the AI overview says. No, the phrase astounded the myths were true is not grammatically correct. The sentence is missing a subject for the verb astounded, and the verb were needs to be changed to was or rephrased for proper grammar. A grammatically correct sentence would be he, she, they were astounded that the myths were true, or he, she, they were astonished by the truth of the myths. Astounded the myths were true. No, wait, this does work because Pyrotoad is the subject. Astounded the myths were true. Pyrotoad approached the gates. Okay. You just gotta like get past that this feels weird by itself. Because it's part of a larger sentence. You don't always need textbook grammar. You'd be surprised when you do game development how many people will just be like, the grammar's not right. So it's important to like at least try. But yeah, no, this works. I just needed to give it more. Kixie, welcome in. Call me Kixie says, I like grammar and proofreading. Well, that's awesome. Welcome in, Kixie. Everyone should check out Kixie's stream. She streams on Saturdays and plays indie games. Last playing Kukoro. How was that? Stream chat games. I don't even know that game. I mean, I feel like you mentioned it on your stream not last week, but the week before. But was it fun? I saw you guys playing Words with Friends, or Words on stream, and I was like, man, I want to play this with chat. So I felt like I should. I kind of wanted to ditch my meetup, but at the same time, that was like the first meetup that this group has had in the 6 months that I've lived here, or the 7 months now that I've lived here. So I didn't want to miss it, and I met a lot of cool people. It was so fun. I want to do it again. Oh, it was so fun, and I want to do it again. Awesome. Well, I want to do it too. So hopefully, I'll be there for that. I may miss next weekend stream also, unfortunately, depending on what's going on with me. I'll probably be able to catch at least some of it, but I'll probably be with a friend, and they don't quite understand the whole streaming thing. Oh, so some of this is weird. We gotta move some of these. Every time I talk to my friend about streaming, he's like, so how many people are on your stream? How much money do you actually make from that? And then like, you know, like, do people actually watch that? Like, he just can't wrap his head around the fact that like some people actually enjoy the communication process of streaming. And I don't know, it takes a little bit of getting used to. Kixie says, I stream every Saturday, and I'll bring back Words on stream again in the future. Your event is more rare. It's true. What about other games? And thanks for checking in, Kixie. I appreciate that. 42 times. That is a lot of check-ins. You've got more than I have on your stream. Of course, I got ripped off on the last, or not the last one, but the one before. I got ripped off twice now, Kixie. No, just kidding. I'm not really upset. I'm keeping track though. That way when people are like, I've checked in more than Rick, I'll be like, yeah, well, there was 2 that didn't get counted, so. And then there's those occasions where your stream like crashed or whatever, and people got to check in twice, but I don't remember if I did or not. Oh, here's another one that's off by 1 pixel. Innocent, I swear, not a scam. Well, that just proves it, Kixie. Proves your innocence. You're not actually out to get me in my check-in count, my game recs. Check-ins are something I only use when I'm new as a high. It's clout. It's clout, man. Gotta get with it. When you check in and you've got like 100, people will be like, this person's in chat all the time. They must be cooler than me since I've only got like 6. In fact, it's embarrassing to only have a few. It's like, oh no, do I really want to check in and everyone here is gonna know that this is the first time that I'm checking in? Same with the farts, huh? The farts is the opposite. The farts is shame points. I mean, do you really want shame points? Only 2 people I know want shame points. I guess I'm not one for the clout chasing lifestyle. Just crepe. No, there's the Indie Maniac too. They've got the shame chasing lifestyle. I mean, it's playfulness is what it is. It's not really like actual clout. I'm not gonna sit here and say, oh, Kixie's got the most check-ins in chat, so she must be the coolest. But there is a little bit of a ranking system that goes on in my brain, you know, like, and that's a reminder, like, oh, look, that person has checked in for the 42nd time. They've been quite supportive. Meanwhile, this other person has only checked in a few times. Four times. I'm just playing though. It's just something to, you know, it's playfulness is what it is, right? It doesn't have to be serious. LOL, yeah. But yeah, I decided to add a currency for the fart count because I was trying to deter people from using it. The whole time I'm like, how can I deter the Indie Maniac from using it without actually like just turning it off, right? And then I realized that I can't stop him, so I might as well just lean into it and just make it seem more and more despicable to do and see if he continues to do it. So at first all it did was a little poof. All it did was a little poof behind the stream avatar character, and I was like, well, that's not enough. I need to make it show his avatar and a big PU and a big stink cloud and a sound effect. And then that wasn't enough, so that's when I started adding the shame points. And that's been enough to keep everyone else from doing it, but Taco and the Indie Maniac have taken a liking to the shame points. What you saying about me? How many shame points you got, Indie Maniac? And how come you haven't farted yet today? Oh, there it is. 32 shame points. Pixie says, I didn't like the idea of a check-in, but a lot of people were very interested in it, so I tried to find a way for the check-in to be valuable to me and the viewer, which is why people get a random game rec for checking in. That is a really cool idea, Kixie. And honestly, I didn't like the idea of checking in until I started checking in on your stream. I think actually the first stream I didn't check in, and I regret it now because I'd have one more check-in. I think this one needs to be moved over one, like that. But I think this one's good. We can move on to the next one. Wait, what happened to that one? Uh-oh. I thought Taco Crepe was here. You're just getting all those points up. It's working. What's working? The shame points? I need more points. You're already beating everyone else. think Indy needs currency on their stream. They've got first, second, third, and fourth, but there's no points to it. What if you got 4 points for getting first, 3 points for getting second, 2 points for getting third, and 1 point for getting fourth, right? No, the shame points only encourage. They do. But it reminds everyone how shameful it is at the same time. Bard Pixel, welcome in. Everyone should check out Bard. They do game development in GB Studio, and they are an awesome pixel artist as well. Bard's taking notes. So is Indie Maniac. Both of y'all are taking notes. Well, maybe I should have first add 5 check-in points. Mwahaha. Maybe. Except that Ezriga always gets first, so they'll just have a million. What's funny though is that I try to get first every time still, and I just can't because whatever it is with the internet, it gets to Ezriga first. I don't know how else to do it. Kixie, give a random person 100 points. They will be so happy. Yeah, no, it only seems like everyone else has given up. Everyone else is still trying to get first, but for some reason it goes to Ezriga first every time. It'll tell me that it's out before the stream even starts. I tried to get first in Kixie's stream before it was taken instantly. Yeah, it gets Ezriga is on top of that. Spin the wheel. Wait, there's a wheel? If you break a certain shame points, just throw his ass in jail, dude. Well, then I'd have to make an avatar jail. I've seen that. People do that. Could make it automatically pin them. Any maniac's been pinned. There are a few first ninjas. They are very impressive, or they are impressive. I'm telling you, Kixie, it's the internet. The internet goes to certain people just a little bit faster, and it has nothing to do with actually trying to get first. It just has to do with, does your internet allow you to get first? Because it has to be faster than Ezriga's, and you know, I don't know how or why, but for some reason, it favors them. You know what's crazy? I learned this a while ago, right? So everyone knows about relativity, right? How like gravity affects time, right? Well, time literally advances differently for satellites. So we have to correct the time for satellites. So like when something bounces to a satellite and back, we have to correct the time change for that because time moves differently on satellites than it does on the face of the Earth. How fucking crazy is that? So if it goes to a satellite and back, there's a chance that it might be overcompensated for. And if it doesn't have to go to a satellite and back, there's a chance that it might not get any adjustment, right? So I don't know. I'm just theorizing. That could be part of the reason why it's a few milliseconds faster for some people to check in. That's my theory. But yeah, my mind was blown to think that they actually have to correct the time for satellites. I did not know about it. Look it up. It's a thing. I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about it. He doesn't lie about shit like that. Yeah, satellites are affected by the laws of relativity. All of these. I think that fixes it. Honestly, there's not much I can do with this one as far as spacing either, and it's pretty well spaced out. So yeah, the AI overview. Yes, satellites are affected by relativity, specifically both special and general relativity, which impacts the accuracy of GPS and other satellite-based navigation systems. Special relativity dictates that time slows down for moving objects, and general relativity dictates that time slows down in stronger gravitational fields. So time actually moves faster on a satellite than it does on the face of the Earth. These effects cause satellite clocks to tick at a different rate than clocks on Earth, requiring corrections to maintain accurate positioning. Isn't that mind-blowing? GPS satellites orbit the Earth at high speeds, causing time to pass slightly slower for them compared to clocks on Earth. Wait, so at one end, it's moving slower, and the other end it's moving faster? That's crazy. Though small, about 7 microseconds per day, can lead to significant errors in GPS positioning if not accounted for. The net effect. The combination of special and general relativity means that satellite clocks overall run faster than clocks on Earth by about 38 microseconds per day. So that's not even a millisecond, right? 38 microseconds. That's even smaller than milliseconds. That's like 38% of a millisecond. A millisecond is 1,000th of a second, right? So 0.001 is a millisecond. This is 0.00038. I think, right? Yeah. That's crazy. So I've lived on a satellite. I could live for another 10 years. Actually, that's not true, because when you live in space, you're less healthy, and it will actually deteriorate you faster, and you won't live as long if you live in space. That's why astronauts can only spend so much time in space before coming back. There's all these health risks associated with spending too much time in space. We do have an ad break coming up. But that's why it was kind of a big deal when there was those people that were stuck in space recently that they brought back down. Because they were up there longer than they were supposed to be. So this one's done. We're on to the last one. We've got an ad break, so I'm not sure who's stuck in ads or not, but it's almost over. It says we're back from the ad break, but I feel like it's always like 10 seconds behind. Because people will be like, I'm back from the ad break, and it'll be like 10 seconds after the ad break ends. But it's been about 10 seconds, so welcome back from the ad break, everyone. Thank you for checking in, Westlow Findings. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for dropping in. And, darn, there goes your plans for immortality. Well, there are other ways to be immortal. Westlow Finding says, I'm vibing. Nice to know. Nice to know. Like I was watching Silicon Valley, rewatching it, you know, for like the millionth time. And there's an episode where one of the not so great characters is he's like a bad guy, but you know, it's tech, so everyone's kind of a bad guy in this show. Well, anyways, he has a blood boy, is what he has. He goes on to say, like, it's, you know, you can significantly extend your life by having regular blood transfusions from someone who's younger and healthier. And I don't know how real this is, but it sounds like something that crazy rich people would do. So you could always get a blood boy. I don't think it works that well. Depends on which side you're on, right? Because if you're getting paid to donate blood to some rich person, that might not be so bad, right? But then again, if you're doing regular transfusions, that might not be good for you either. You'd have to like compensate for it somehow. Make sure you're drinking lots of water and stuff. I don't really know the ins and outs of it. It may provide some benefit, but not a lot. Yeah, I really don't know. If you're the one making the money out of it, it might be better. But if you're the one wasting your money on young person blood, like, yeah, that's kind of weird. So Hydrotoad can go on its own line. And maybe we even capitalize it for emphasis. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, it's gotta lean one way or the other. We've got a comma here at the end, so that's an easy spot for us to create a little gap. This one not so much, because we can't put door there, and door would look funny as its own line. We should probably scoot this over. We could probably scoot all of this down. Maybe put another gap between these. So I looked it up, and it says, and the AI overview says, no, Blood Boys, as portrayed in media such as the TV show Silicon Valley, are not a real thing. This concept is often associated with the idea of parabiosis, joining the circulatory systems of two animals, and the rejuvenation of older individuals with young blood has been explored in scientific research, particularly in mice, with some promising results in slowing age, but it's not a practical or medically accepted practice in humans. So it does exist, but only in scientific experiments with mice. But there's ethical concerns. I would not be surprised if some billionaires do it. That was the point in Silicon Valley, was that this billionaire guy was doing it because, like, ethics be damned, he wants to live forever kind of thing. Yeah, some of the jokes in that show are great. Others aren't as awesome. Like, there's a little bit of, like, low-key racism in there, which is kind of bogus, but it is comedy, and it's a little older now. It's a little outdated, and some of the comedy shows its age in that. It's really not great. I don't particularly enjoy those jokes, but it doesn't detract enough from the rest of it. Some of it is pretty funny. Like, they make fun of how, like, Christians are, like, not allowed in the tech world kind of thing, which I thought was kind of funny. Because it's, like, the opposite of, like, what you expect in, like, in the normal world, where, like, everyone expects you to be Christian. But in Silicon Valley, it's like there's nothing worse than being outed as a Christian kind of thing. They're, like, trying to hide the fact that they're Christian and stuff like that. And it's like a reoccurring joke in the show. One of them is a Satanist, and that's fine. It's totally fine that they're Satanists, but don't be a Christian. But yeah, it is Mike Judge. Some of Mike Judge's humor isn't always 100% PC, right? I mean, you gotta think he wrote King of the Hill, which is, the early episodes were pretty, you know, right-wing humor type stuff, right? Like Hank himself was like really confused about his neighbor being Laotian. A lot of Asian jokes and stuff in there, just kind of sprinkled in there. Nothing like crazy, but nothing that's like exactly PC either. This one's moved over. But yeah, Mike Judge has a lot. I mean, if you look at it, the first Beavis and Butthead episode was actually really kind of grotesque and like kind of what's the word, like I don't know how to describe it. It wasn't very smart, right? It's kind of risky in a way, because like it was called Frog Baseball, right? And this was during the MTV era where people would do what they saw on TV, right? I mean, this was around the same time. I mean, not right around the same time, but not far off from like the Jackass era, where like you had kids going out of their way, reproducing what they saw on TV, getting themselves hurt because that's what people were doing on TV. So it wouldn't have surprised me if someone played Frog Baseball themselves. And honestly, I've seen someone be very ruthless to a frog before, and it was disgusting. They were throwing it up really high in the air and letting it fall on the ground and just like laughing about it. This person clearly had some mental issues, and they were drinking, and we promptly kicked him out of the band after this night because he was he let his true colors show, like in the middle of band practice, and you know, just like completely killed this frog in front of us, right? Like that's like serial killer shit, right? Let natural selection run its course. I mean, yeah, frogs are gonna die, and that sucks, but like you don't have to go and kill them, you know? But it was very much like Frog Baseball, where they were like pitching frogs to themselves and hitting them with a baseball bat. That's a Beavis and Butthead thing to do. It's a cartoon, so it's funny, but it's irresponsible. That's the word that I was looking for. It's irresponsible to do that because someone could take that to the next level and think that like that's funny enough to do in real life, and because it's frogs, like you get away with it, and like I don't know. Feel bad for the frogs. Oh, there's a space missing here. I moved that eye over. But that was the very first Beavis and Butthead pilot, and it aired on Liquid Television, and that's what propelled Beavis and Butthead into having its actual own TV show. There were more episodes than just that one, but that was the one that they came up with, that Mike Judge came up with first. I think he did it all himself too. And it's kind of a despicable Beavis and Butthead episode, but if you look at all of Beavis and Butthead as a whole, it's all pretty despicable. But, you know, after a while, people recognize that, like, this is Beavis and Butthead. This is not something that people are going to go out and reproduce, hopefully, because they do some really idiotic shit. Like, there was an episode where they drove a lawnmower into, like, a pool, right? And, like a riding lawnmower. You know, whacking in their neighbor's tool shed. Like, these are common jokes for them, you know? And it's funny, but it's not funny if people start doing it in real life. Not frogs, but the people doing stupid stuff because they saw it on TV. Well, that's true, but also Jackass, like, got started because of that, right? There was Camp Kill Yourself, which was like made for VHS stuff, right? It wasn't actually on TV, but it got big enough that some of the people from Camp Kill Yourself was like, hey, we should, like, present this as an actual show to MTV, and someone probably, you know, had ins at MTV because they had gotten famous enough or whatever. They were skate tapes, right? They were skaters that did skate stunts, and then they also did other things that were more prank-esque or just getting hurt, and they were turning a profit on it. So it turned into that, and then you had, what was it, Viva La Bam, which was kind of the same thing. Another person from Jackass saying, well, I'm gonna do my own Jackass, and, like, it kind of perpetuated itself to people making money off of being stupid on TV, right? And you're right, yeah, I mean, like, people are gonna do stupid things, and, you know, it's their right in a lot of ways, but it's irresponsible because you could end up with people who maybe don't have the ability to think for themselves clearly, who think it might be a good idea to go out and hurt themselves, and they don't make the money, and then they end up maimed for the rest of their life or dead, and that is irresponsible. That's like the basis of being irresponsible, right? I don't know. I'm off on a tangent for sure at this point. There's a wild grump pig in chat. But yeah, I was completely disgusted with that guy. I wasn't even friends with him. He was, like, friends with a friend of mine, and they weren't really friends with him either. They were just kind of, like, using him or something like that because he had, like, an amp or something. I don't even remember exactly why this guy was at our band practice. But the band was falling apart, and I was pretty much on my way out at that point, and they, like, brought this guy in, and it was just like, dude, what are you guys even doing? But like, this band was very much in, like, a Jackass, like, kind of vibe of their own at the time. I mean, we were in high school, you know. We were getting in trouble left and right. Or not getting in trouble, but doing things that should have gotten us in trouble kind of thing, you know, like, I don't know. But yeah, we were kind of crazy, right? We had our band practice area when it was at my house was, like, underneath the boathouse, like, on the lake. We literally had to wheel amps across the water to get it there, and like, we would just play for the boats. The boats would hang out and, like, listen to us play. And it's funny because one of the singer of the band, he wrote AC/DC really big on the back of the couch down there. and like none of us really were AC/DC fans, but he knew that everyone on the lake would be like, oh, these guys are gonna play AC/DC, we're gonna wait and watch. And that's what happened. People would just hang out and listen to us, waiting for us to play AC/DC or something, and we never did. But the neighbor wasn't happy about it because it would just echo across the lake. The original clickbait, yeah, pretty much. None of us had any desire to play AC/DC, but it was written really big on the back of this couch. On the front, I drew Meatwad really, really big because everyone wanted to sit on Meatwad. But yeah, we spent a lot of time drinking and smoking weed. We were very drunk for most of that band. It was kind of sad, really, looking back. It was, and the band was called All in Vain, and it definitely was. We lived up to the name. We did nothing. The recordings that we did were terrible, and the CD that we made was absolute shit. Couldn't even get our friends to listen to it. Pretty bad. But you gotta start somewhere, I guess. So I think this one's about good. What kind of music? It was like wannabe thrash. I don't know. Half of the band was really into thrash. I was really into like System of a Down and like Meshuggah, and then the other dude, the guitarist, was really into like pop punk and like tried not to, like, he knew that none of us would like that we'd make fun of him for that, so he like tried to like not do that, but he was into that pop punk scene for sure. The life of an artist is rarely easy. It definitely isn't easy when you make it hard on yourself, that's for sure. But the music wasn't very good. Meshuggah is great. Oh yeah, no, I still love System of a Down and Meshuggah. But we didn't sound like them. we didn't sound at all like them. Like, the one song that I sang, kind of sounded a little bit more like that kind of stuff, but only because I was singing it. And the guitar and bass and drums were just really simple. And the whole song I did like inward screaming, right? Well, I guess at points I was doing outward and inward, just like going in and out, screaming in and out at the same time, like back and forth, which kind of sounded interesting. And I think that's why people liked that song. But the singer didn't like it because he just didn't show up to band practice one day, and I got a hold of the microphone. You know what I mean? We got drunk without the singer that day and recorded our best song, and he didn't like that. So, but it was pretty bad. Like, I remember the lyrics were not good. It was like, fetus, your fetus, the fetus, you motherfucker, eat your fucking fetus before it eats your soul. And it was really bad. It's just like, no one needs to hear that. But, you know, like, dead baby jokes were popular at the time, and like, what the heck? It was bad. It was really bad. We were, I mean, you couldn't understand what I was saying, but that's what it was coming out of my mouth. It was like wannabe Cannibal Corpse, but Cradle of Filth sound, like very high pitched and then low pitched and then high pitched and then low pitched and then high. It was just back and forth of high and low pitch, growling and screaming inward and outward about things that no one should be singing about. Straybolt says sounds pretty sick. It was sick in like the worst way possible. I'm embarrassed by it, let's put it that way. I probably still have the recording somewhere on some hard drive somewhere, but it wasn't a good recording. We literally had a broomstick hanging off the balcony because we had indoor balconies at the lake house, right? And so I had like a broomstick that I like taped to the floor that had a microphone that was also taped to the end, so that way it would like hang out a little bit further. And we used one microphone to mic the entire room, and it was like a SM57. It was like an instrument mic, I think. Now maybe we had the 58, because the instrument mic wouldn't have done a good job. You know, but I think it was a 57. I don't know. It wasn't a very good job recording. And yeah, it was terrible. Please share. It would take me hours to find it, to be honest. I have so much shit on old hard drives that I wouldn't be able to find it right away. It would take me like a whole day. And if I found it, I would probably listen to it and be like, I can't show this to anyone. So you'll have to forgive me, both for making it in the first place and for not showing it off, because is that bad. So some of this needs to get moved over and other parts don't, so we gotta break this up a little bit here. We like need to do it letter by letter, it looks like, or phrase by phrase, word by word. So this one looks okay, that one looks okay. This one just needs this moved over. This is fine. That's fine. This is not all of a sudden. Fair enough, yeah. I wasn't always good at making music. When I was young, I was very much into like shock rock and just shocking people in general. I was always just trying to shock people. I was really into Salvador Dali, who is a shock artist for sure. And then it's funny though, because his art's not really that shocking anymore, but it was at the time, back in the 20s and the 30s, and the 40s too, 50s I think, all the way up till, I don't know when he died. But Marilyn Manson, I was really big into Marilyn Manson, right? And yeah, you know, System of a Down was pretty shocking at the time. Pretty much anything that was loud and like obnoxious and scary to most people was what I was into. Cradle of Filth. Admittedly, they're not great, but I liked them a lot when I was a kid. Once you got over like the cheesy factor of it, it was kind of fun. Not all their stuff, just some of it. The old stuff is pretty good. Is that Cradle of Filth you mean, or System of a Down? Cradle for being symphonic. Yeah. I mean, some of it was better than others, for sure. I don't know, metal is kind of like weird like that, where like some of it is just like hard to even listen to, and yet people do, right? And for different for all types of reasons, like political reasons, right? I've brought up Pantera many times on this stream before, how when I was a kid, I liked Pantera. I didn't realize that they were white supremacists. I didn't realize that they were racist, you know? I didn't realize they were neo-Nazis. And I thought that they were cool. But as I grew up, I realized, wait a second, this is a whole bunch of like neo-Nazi dog whistle bullshit, and they do like Z Kyle on stage, and like, you know, they're literally like assholes, right? Regardless of how the music sounds, like I can't appreciate what they did anymore. And they're not the only band. Neurosis, I used to love Neurosis. Turns out the singer, the frontman, was like beating his wife and kid, and when the band found out, they disbanded. They just ended the band because of it, which is, you know, good for them, but I can't really listen to Neurosis at all anymore without feeling some type of disgust for the singer. And metal is just kind of peripheralated with all of that, right? It's like there's a lot of abuse and you know, hate and like just bad stuff that is involved. Cradle of Filth, or not Cradle. Cradle's actually pretty chill with their politics, believe it or not. I was trying to say Cannibal Corpse, on the other hand, it has always been kind of like hate towards women and shit like that. And like I used to like the abrasiveness and like the you know, the disgusting art, right? I thought the art was fantastic. And like the more I learned about like Chris Varnes and the band, and like I don't really know that much because I kind of stopped after a point. I was like, well, I don't really care about them anymore. Sometimes you can separate the art from the artist because you can probably count the number of good people in Hollywood on one hand. See, I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't know. It's a difficult thing for me, right? Like, because like I agree that there's like very few good people in Hollywood. I think that honestly, I think that good is, you know, is not really the best way to judge someone, because good and bad is like a definitive yes or no, like black and white. The reality is that we're all gray. None of us are great. We're all trying to better ourselves, hopefully trying to better ourselves, and we all make mistakes, and we're all trying to hopefully, you know, prevent future mistakes. Some of us are doing a better job than others, but either way, people are transitive. They change. They're in a flux. They could be good today and bad tomorrow, or they could be bad today and good tomorrow. You have to allow people to be people, but at the same time, it's really hard to appreciate someone's artwork when the motives behind it were shrouded in all of this negative stuff, especially with Pantera, where it's like they literally were presenting themselves as like an onboarding to neo-Nazism, you know, like things like that. You can't really forgive, you know. But on the other hand, if you make a mistake and you like do your best to like fix things after that, it's a little bit easier to say like, oh, well, they're just human after all. Yeah, Marilyn Manson's another one. Like, I really liked Marilyn Manson until I learned more about him and as a person and all the things that he's fucked up and kept fucking up. You know. And then there's like the whole other side of it where when you're really popular and really famous, things get said and some of it's true and some of it's not, and you don't know what's true or what's not anymore, you know. Like the singer from Tool, this was a few years ago now, 3 or 4 years ago, there was someone who came forward and said that they were raped by him. in like a dressing room or something like that, or a trailer backstage or something like that. And he said, no, that never happened, you know. But like at that point, who do you believe? You know, do you believe this person who may be trying to get fame or something out of it, or do you believe this person who could have very well had access to a situation where they could get away with it, you know? And like, yeah, so it's a crazy world we live in, and hopefully we all learn from our mistakes. I don't know, there's a lot to it. I think this looks okay. Maybe we can put, you know what, on its own line, and then this below, and then we scooch the whole thing over. This is kind of why I don't follow any celebrities or athletes or famous people in general. It's, yeah, I mean, it's smart to, you don't really, it's, you know, you shouldn't really follow anybody. Following is, for celebrity's sake, is kind of messed up, right? I mean, if you're going to, like, appreciate something that someone does, that's fine. But if you're gonna just be like, oh, well, this person is the coolest person because they're this person, like, and I love them because of that, like, that's kind of ridiculous. Like, idolizing people. In fact, the act of idolizing someone gives them the authority to, like, be a bad person and get away with it in a lot of situations. I mean, look at the games, the AAA game studios, right? Where you have like managers and higher up people getting busted for sexual allegations that had perpetuated for years and years and years before someone finally stood up to them. And even then, it's still just an allegation and not like, I mean, yeah, maybe they got fired over it, but they still didn't get like sued over it, you know what I mean? Or maybe sometimes they did, I don't really know. Had they not been in that position of power, they probably wouldn't even have made that decision in the first place. So all of those people saying you're the best kind of screwed them over, right? And made them not the best. But yeah, it's different for everyone, right? You can't say that having power ultimately corrupts anybody, but it seems more likely to happen when you have power that you become corrupt. So, I don't know. Kind of a deep conversation, deep topic. Oh, these ones need to get moved over. Power doesn't change a person, it just pushes them to extremes. Straybolt says, I appreciate it. Well, I'm glad you appreciate it. Sometimes it's hard to talk about this kind of stuff, or, you know, to come to a consensus or any of that. But I think that power does corrupt, but it doesn't always corrupt, right? I think it does change people. I think in reality, I think people are changing no matter what we do. So therefore, they're going to change whether they have power or not. They're going to change regardless. Every decision that you make changes your chemistry, your biochemistry, your DNA even. So having power is definitely going to make a difference. Whether or not you let that corrupt you as a person, I think is up to the individual. But it's like, I forget what I was watching. It's probably some short, and it was saying that like, I can't remember what it was, but it was, oh, you know what it was? It was a Disney training video from like back in the day, and it was like, it was produced as a reel in modern times, right? So it was like how to prevent shrinkage from inside the company. And they were saying that like people steal for all types of reasons, but most of all they steal because they are capable of it, because the opportunity is there. So if you remove the opportunity from stealing, or if you remove the opportunity to steal, less stealing occurs. And that was the point of this video, right? Well, the same thing is true with power, right? Where you have the opportunity to be corrupt, it's more often to happen. It doesn't necessarily make it happen. Just because there's no cameras and no one's there doesn't mean you're automatically going to steal. But it does mean that the percentage would go up at scale, right? If you were to sample a large variety of people, some of those people are going to steal if there's an opportunity to steal. Not everyone is going to. I've never stolen anything from work ever in my life, you know? At least nothing that I'm aware of. One time I got in trouble for something that I didn't do. That was pretty ridiculous. They thought that I was stealing razor blades, of all things, because I had razor blades, like of my own, that were like in their own box that had like, and it was just a mess. It's because I had dreadlocks. If you have dreadlocks, they're gonna think that you steal. But I wasn't actually hired for that job anyways. I was just like a, I was on a probationary period. Why would you steal razor blades? Exactly. So what really happened there was that someone didn't like me, but they were pretending to be my friend kind of thing. And they were showing me art, because we were both artists. We both went to art school. It was at a picture framing studio. I understand why you would steal snacks or valuables. The snacks aren't there to... How do you steal the snacks? The snacks are there to eat. But yeah, the valuables, I get that. So what happened was, we were sharing Instagram images of our art. And before I even started working there, I had been using my own razor blades to cut a stencil for t-shirts, right? And so I showed them a picture of me cutting the stencils with a razor blade that I actually owned, because I bought a paint scraper that came with a box of razor blades, right? And the box of razor blades was there, and the razor blades were even different than the ones that we had at the framing studio. But because the opportunity was there for the person who everyone liked to get me, you know, not exactly in trouble. I didn't get in trouble for it, but it put a whole bunch of negativity on me. Indiana Crones, welcome in. How you doing? How is Sulfur? Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it so much. Welcome in, everybody. We're just finishing up this last one. So good. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Everyone should check out Indiana Crones, by the way. We play some games sometimes. We play Sea of Thieves, and we've been playing Peak. And I think we're playing tomorrow night, right? Are we playing tomorrow night? What are we playing tomorrow? Sea of Thieves tomorrow night? But yeah, welcome in, Raiders. Yee, yeah. Sea of Thieves is a lot of fun. Pirates, yeah. But thanks so much for the raid. We were just finishing up the story for Pyrotoad. Johnny wrote this, and I've been reformatting it so it fits a little bit better. And I think this one's done. So let's make a new build, and we can test the game out a little bit. But yeah, if you got things to do, food to eat, time for bed, any of that, I totally understand. I know it's later there where you are, Indiana. But I definitely appreciate the raid. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm Rick. I do a lot of game dev stuff. I do a lot of pixel art. I play games with Indiana from time to time. And today we're working on Pyrotoad. By the way, Indiana, I never gave you your VTube model thing. Somewhere in here. There we are. Look, everybody, I'm Indiana Crones. I do kendama and pirate stuff. Whoa, fancy. You never saw this one, Indie Look, I'm Indiana Crones. No, I'm Indiana Crones actually had the first one made. They were the first person to come to me and say, Rick, I want you to do this for me. And I still haven't given it to them yet. I think I've seen them all now. Or I've seen them all, I think, now. I don't know. Did you see Cryptix? Cryptix, I feel like Cryptix needs an animated Halo. I did. Did you see this one? This one's pretty cute. And then we got this one. Got a whole bunch of them now. I wonder though if that's why things are slowing down. As things get slow. Look how slow OBS is. Like stream avatars is all slow. Also, someone's stuck. Is that Bard? Who is that? I don't know how to check their names. Oh, that is Bard, okay. We got him unstuck. The alien with the hat. It's going through its head. Yeah, the alien hats don't always work, unfortunately. Now swap around the hat on. Yeah. Since I made the hats for me, I didn't have the hats in mind for everyone else. Wait. Oh, here's the game. We could be. The hats work well for you. Look who I am now. We got a raid. That's my Indie Maniac voice. That's the only thing I know. I have a hat now. It's a pretty nice looking hat too. I call it the ear flap hat. By the way, there's a Trevenant in chat. If everyone is trying to catch Poke Catches. But yeah, I'm not trying to be you. I'll be the Pyrotoad again. And we got this game. We'll rename it 7/22/2025. Oh, you know what? There was one other thing that I needed to do, right? Well, I guess it'll be fine. But this, I wanted to make this into, because like right now it just looks like the enemy's stuck in the wall, but the purpose of it was so you can't shoot through the wall to this one. But yeah. because you need to go up here, grab that one, and then either shoot this one on your way down, or jump through this one and then you get stuck. So I mean, like, what I usually do is I grab this one, I shoot this one on my way down, I jump back up, I grab it again, I come back down and go through. But the idea was that people were shooting it from this side, and they were trying to, and Johnny was trying to prevent that with this alien, but it just kind of looks buggy that it's stuck in the wall. But let's play the game. Now, I got really far. I made it all the way to the cloud level, so I think I kind of want to skip to that. And we got all of the things here. So level 29 is where I was at. So we're gonna skip to level 29. Whoops, misspelled it. Pyrotoad zipped and floated down the fiery chasm, eventually reaching the gates of Megavane Manor. Though abandoned, he found a note pinned to the gates, undoubtedly left there by the klepto he was pursuing. It read, "Given your nature, I knew you'd be able to stand the heat and make your way here, but consider this a mere test. If you want to meet me, you must prove you are worthy by reaching the other two remaining manors." According to his map, the next manor Pyrotoad would have to reach was high atop the clouds. But did the fabled mile-high manor truly exist, or was it just a myth? There was only one way to find out. Yeah, it's a tough level. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh. But I've got the key now. Because there's a checkpoint. Oh. Oh, I missed my ride. Oh, I'm jumping off the wrong wall here. There we go. No! Ah! Hey, thought I had it that time. Got too late. No. Taco Crepe, welcome in. How you doing? Thanks for checking in. No. Everyone should check out Taco Crepe if they haven't yet. They do pixel art and VTuber models and all types of cool stuff. I saw your emotes on Twitter. Their tweet did fantastic. They looked great too, by the way. But congrats on that. Oh, it's a tough one. Those are fun to make. Yeah, you did a great job. A great job choosing the emotes as well as making them themselves. And then again, your tweet did fantastic. So, congrats. Oh, I jumped too high. Ah! I kind of feel like those spikes should be turned into the multi-directional spikes, because it feels a little weird hitting your head on the bottom of it and dying. I did it! I beat that level. Oh my god, wall jumping! Hey, Cryptic, welcome in! Just saw Crepe's Pyrotoad. Yeah, dude, Crepe did an awesome Pyrotoad. Everyone should check out Cryptic, by the way. They do software and game development and art. Very cool person. The waving emote looks great, Cryptic. Is that a new one? Did I just not... Am I losing my mind? It looks great, though. Hey, I keep missing it. There we go. Oh, that's the wrong way. Oh, that's tough. Oh, wait, that's a one-way wall there. So I think I have the wall jump now. No, I don't. Oh. I gotta do this again. I'm not sure that I've beaten this one before. It's new enough. There you go. Well, glad to see you. Hope you're doing well. Are you working, or what are you up to? Oh no. You are at work. Okay. Well, I hope you have a great day at work. I jumped right into it. Jeez. It's a slow day. Well, that's good. I mean, sometimes it sucks when it's slow, right? But I think in your situation, you're probably grateful that it's slow. Because it sounds like when things are crazy there, it gets really crazy. Oh, I jumped too high. You gonna get some art done. Awesome. That's cool that they let you do some art. Yeah, I remember once I had a job where I could do pretty much anything I wanted. For a little bit at least, until people got in trouble for not answering the phones because they were on Netflix. And then they were like, no more tablets or laptops. I was like, no. Cause I was answering the phone for sure, but I was playing like Skyrim. Oh, that one got me almost. I was making games. I was making art. And then it was back to making traditional art and reading books. Oh, I got really far there. Indie Maniac, that's 35 shame points for you. I think I go down. Oh, I died. Do I have the wall jump? I do have the wall jump. Some people had to ruin things. Yeah, for sure. They were super cool about it. They're like, yeah, you can bring your laptop, do whatever you want. I remember I brought my laptop. I was playing Skyrim on a game controller, right? And I had my headset, but we were only getting like 9 calls a day. So I was literally sitting there for like an hour at a time between calls. And and the manager guy walks up behind me, and I was like, I paused the game and like looked at him. I was like, hey, is everything cool? He's like, yeah, no, I was just watching. I was like, okay. And I went back to my game. Oh, I keep forgetting you have to hit down and hit the button for that one. Although I think I need to go. Oh wait, no, I need to go back up somehow. Oh man, I keep dying. Oof. It's such a tight jump. You have to get like real close to that bottom spike before you hit the button. Ah. Yeah, hit the button before you push the button the other way. There we go. Oh, no, you gotta wall jump first. Oh, I almost made it to the other wall. Yeah, I ended up reading a lot of good books in that, because it was literally like, unless there was a storm going on, which there were sometimes. Oh, I hit the button. Funny. Because it was State Farm catastrophe claims is what it was, and pretty much all of the catastrophe claims that we could do anything about were storm related, like hail roof stuff in Oklahoma mostly. Which is funny because I wasn't in Oklahoma at the time, but I am now. Oh, I missed it. Unfortunately, my job don't like me drawing or playing on my phone, but that would require me to care about what they think. Well, don't get in trouble. Oh, I fucked it up again. Oh, I screwed that up too. I don't think I've ever beaten this level, to be honest. I get my job done and done right, unlike other operators. Oh, so close again. Rick, this level looks insane. It is insane. I didn't make it, but it's insane. Maybe I'm not supposed to wall jump there. Maybe I'm just supposed to fall in between. There we go. That's a lot easier. And then this stupid thing again. Oh. Alright, I made it. Now I just gotta go up. That was close. No! Oh, I did it! I did it! Did you see that? That's kind of cool. You can Superman to the wall. Ah, but it's impossible to go back the other way. It's so hard. I was so close that time. GG. Hey, I almost got it. It was close. Oh, I don't know what happened there. Oh, I did it again. Is it letting me boost more than once there? That's interesting. You can boost more than once. Nerd. It ain't my fault that I'm a nerd. Ah, I didn't get the wall jump up. Ah, a bug? You pointing at a bug? There may be a bug. I don't know if it was the intention to let you jump more than once in the air. I think normally you can't, but because the wall jump, it lets you do it. Every time you hit the wall, you can do it again. Ah, I zoomed into the wall there. You have to like not hit the down button and the A button. Or the B button. Ah, I did it again. Oh shit. Cryptic believes in Joe Hendry. Gosh darn it. Wouldn't that be interesting to meet Joe Hendry? I did it. No! That was too close. Alright. Here we go. Ah! Jeez. Is that Toad without a head? Or without his head? Jeez, that is, what's the word? Cursed. That is a cursed image. That's a good one. Oh, I didn't get it. After all of that. I'm gonna get this level. Ah, I hit the ceiling. Darn. Jeez. It's getting harder. It's supposed to be getting easier. screwed that up. No! Alright, got this far. No! That was so close. Ah! Damn it. Thought I had it. Okay, moment of truth. Here we go. Oh! I'm getting better at this first part. Whoa, that was close. No! It's so hard to do the switch after that. Like, I can get all the way to the top, but I think I just need to do it like that. Ah! It zipped in midair. No! Wait, I lived! Or did I? No, I died. I died, but there was no death animation. That was interesting. A little bit of a bug, maybe. Kind of hard to repro, though. No! I'm getting worse. You got the fish hat. The fish hat blinks. That fish is alive. Oh, what was that shit? Don't do that to me. No! I would have just stuck with the way I was going. OMG, it's also undead. Yeah. Alright. We made it this far. Oh, we did that. We got that. We got that. Oh, what the fuck? I jumped right into the stupid spikes. Oh. Good thing I don't have like a death counter. No! And my hands are sweating. Doesn't usually happen to me. No. 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 Did it again. No. Well, I'm glad that there's a checkpoint because the second half of this level is super tough, and the first half wasn't easy either. No. 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 Had a rhythm and then I lost it. Nice hat, you like that, huh? No! I didn't even have a chance at the button there. Alright, we got that one. Got that one. Oh, we got it. Look at this. We freaking made it. We freaking beat the level. We got the tree password. I think I can actually beat this level too, because I remember testing it, but I never beat that last one before. Oh. Write that password down, dude. Woo. Yeah, that was a tough one. I literally have all the passwords already, so I could have cheated to get it. I've definitely beaten this one before. This one's actually easier than the last one, believe it or not. Oh, I forgot that part there. That was weird how I was able to jump off that wall there. Wait, do I have wall jumps? Maybe I already do. Whoa, that was intense. What happened there? I had to test it. I just like fell through that one. Did you guys see that? I just fell right through it. You're supposed to like drift through it. Something broke maybe? Nope, didn't fall that time. Okay, so if you hold down, you can fall. I didn't realize that was even a thing. I thought you had to drift. But I'm a little bit confused about why I can wall jump. Is that even like... Am I supposed to be able to? I think something broke. Because it doesn't like put me against the wall. And yet I can wall jump. Oops. Really clever design. I remember watching this one. Yeah, I definitely beat this one before. That's why I'm being a little bit testing. I'm testing it more because I think it's really weird that I can wall jump. I don't remember being able to wall jump on this one. Also, knowing that I can fall down makes things a little bit easier. Oh, I should have jumped. Yep, right into the lightning bolt there. Alright, got that one. Heat. Now this level I have not beaten. Oops. So I shouldn't be able to wall jump now, but I can. You see, that's an issue. Oh. Oh. Ah. Right into the spikes. I'm trying to cheat here. Oh, into the bramble. Ah. It's so easy to accidentally do that. At least with this controller. It's probably easier to just go the other way. I don't think I was gonna be able to get it that time. No. Yeah, I've never beaten this level. Not sure if I can. I think you're supposed to move it and then land on it. But you gotta move the thing before you get the thing. I'm not sure how you're supposed to do that, to be honest. Hey. Onto the spike. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever be able to get this one. Screwed that up. No! Yup, that level looks hard. It is. It is not easy. I'm thinking maybe I need to go the other way to get that thing and then land on top of the bouncy thing. Then again, if I could do that, then do I really need that platform? Oh. Damn it. Didn't get the flame. I almost made it back into the puddle. No. Oh, that's not good. Ah, into the spikes. Go! Damn it. Got it that time. Ah, into the spikes again. That was weird. I didn't go on fire that time. But I still shot the fire. You gotta like turn back the other way after you get past that wall. Like that. Oops. There's a Pokemon in chat, a wild hippopotamus. It's something. Hey. Shit. Double shit. I should probably just give up. This is too hard. Jeez. Just did the same thing twice in a row. Or was that 3 times? I don't even know. Ah, that's a hard thing to do. That jump above the spikes. Ah, you have an ad break. But no one's missing anything because I'm just gonna keep dying. Ah! It is death. So I lit it on fire, but it was like late. Wait. It ain't over yet. No. Whoops. No. Jeez. Damn it. Well, I'm about ready to give up. I can't beat this level. It was fun while it lasted, but I can't do it. What did we make it to? We made it past tree, and we had 3 levels left. After that one, so four levels left altogether, because heat brings you to that level. And I think, or no, was it bugs or was it heat? We can find out. So yeah, we were on the last of the cloud levels. So I think it was bugs. We're on level 32 of 35. But I haven't beaten any of the yokai ones. These last 4 levels I haven't beaten. But look how much more there was to go. Like, I couldn't even get to past this part. I'm pretty sure that's where the checkpoint is, but still. I've never even... You know, I've seen other people do this, but yeah, there's like a key you gotta get. These things go in a big circle, so you gotta race them. And then... Yeah, so you go down here, you get the light bulb, you jump. Oh, this thing moves, I think. So you have to like time it or something. Slide down and wait for it, and then get that, and then jump back up. And then this thing disappears, and then you can jump down here and gotta zoom across, then zoom up, and then you gotta get the light bulb and do it again, and then you go that way, and then you gotta do that, and then get the key, and then do that. Meanwhile, I think this thing chases you. Slide down here, and then from there, jump over there, jump over there, jump up there. And don't hit those spikes at the end. This one introduces a new mechanic where it flips gravity upside down. That's what these arrows do. And I've gotten to about here on it. But you have to get the light bulb and then make your way back and then go down there, which I have not done. But there were a few things that I wanted to do also. One of them involved one of the cave levels. I think it was this one. I wrote a note. So yeah, level 24, replace flames with gas. So that's relatively easy to do. So first we need to figure out what it's called. And it's called 23U. So we'll go to 23U. There's 23U and 23U copy. We're gonna go to this one. And we don't have the gas, so we need to get that from another level. That one doesn't have it either. This one does. Level 21 is 35Q. Infinite Metal with the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I was playing Untitled Goose Game. Interesting. I saw you were playing Zelda earlier. I hope everything went well for you. How was the Untitled Goose Game? Thank you, Kixie, for being part of the raid. How's everyone doing tonight? Thank you, Kixie, for welcoming the raiders as well. How you doing, Rick? I am doing well. How was your stream? Were you playing the Untitled Goose Game? I saw you playing Zelda earlier. But we're doing good. We're just making some adjustments to Pyrotoad levels. This level in particular has a checkpoint, and then you can see the flames for 1 frame when they're supposed to be gas. So we're just gonna put gas over the flames. Everywhere there's a flame, we're gonna put gas. Yep, beat Link to the Past, then played Untitled Goose Game for a bit by request. Now, have you played the Untitled Goose Game before? Or was that your first time? I've never played it before. I heard it was good, but that was what, like 4 or 5 years ago now that it was popular. I heard nothing but good things about it. That Goose Game makes you be a real jerk. It's certainly interesting though. Right on. It was your first time playing. Cool. Was it enjoyable though? Did Skelly like it? What did Skelly think of it? That's the real question. What about Quackers? What did Quackers think of it? I think it mainly made Skelly hungry. Skelly likes baked goose. Quackers revealed many insights into the complex and nuanced relationship between ducks and geese. I bet Quackers was taking notes. Oh no. Quackers is pure, Kixie. Quackers is even more Kixie, or more pure than Kixie. I almost said Kixie instead of pure. That's how pure Kixie is. Quackers is more Kixie than Kixie. More Kixie than Kixie. But yeah, that's interesting. I kind of wish that I was there. I hope you had a fun stream. Now I feel like I missed something special. A quack attack of specialness. So this is good. We'll save it over the original. Yeah, it was cool. There will be many more cool moments, hopefully. Like when I play Demon Fish Dead Ahead again soon. Cool, I'm excited for that. Yeah, if you play on Wednesday, I think I'll be able to catch it. I have not fixed my sleep schedule. I still want to drive. I want to take a trip out west, and my friend is a teacher, so his schedule is going to be starting up again soon, and there might be a little bit of overlap there, but that's okay because it wouldn't make much sense for me to drive out there and sleep all day. Or maybe it would. I don't really know. Yeah, you know what? That's what I'll do Wednesday. It fits my setup right now. Awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear it. And of course, if anything comes up, that's totally fine. But I'm looking forward to it because I really need to get feedback on it. And I made so many changes, Infinite. I made so many changes, it's crazy. I could show you all the changes I made. I put them on the itch page. So first thing you'll notice is that the color version is on the web player. Also, I made a, like if you go to download now, you've got all these files included. You've got the original buggy game jam version, which I don't recommend, and then you've got the 0.5 version, which is the most up to date. There's a Windows version, a Linux version, a Game Boy Color version, and a Game Boy version. So now you can download each of these as you need them, and yeah, so that you can play the Linux one now. Now I can play native Linux. Well, you have to test it because I haven't actually tested it yet, but it should work, hopefully. I haven't tested it, so but if we go to the major update patch notes, Demon Fish Dead Ahead gets its first major update. This update more than doubles. This update more than doubles the amount of content in the game. Added a map feature. Now there are 8 more common fish with unique sound effects, totaling 16. A second world map with 7 new locations, a brand new boss battle, 9 new music tracks, adjusted the way brace/defend works, added explanation at the game's start, balanced many aspects of the gameplay. Fish do different amounts of damage depending on their difficulty. The chance of enemy critical attacks has been lowered slightly. The chance of random encounters in general has been lowered slightly. you can now back out of fight menu if you want to change your choice. So if you choose cast and you're like, wait, no, I want to run, you can hit the A button and go back. Or is it the B button? It's one of it's the A button or the B button. I can't remember. The one that feels more natural. And then changed info scenes so they no longer say incoming. That was an Infinite Metal piece of feedback there. Fixed a bug where the player was earning experience they shouldn't receive. I uncovered a bug that was giving players much more experience than they deserved. But then I increased how much experience each fish gives to make up for it. And then I adjusted the dialogue so they're all the same height. That again was Infinite Metal's feedback. Fixed the cast sound effects triggering twice. I finally figured out that bug. Fixed a bug where the wrong enemy was attacked. Fixed that bug too. Fixed some crits not doing full damage. Remember that? When you were like super high level and yet you only did like 6 damage or something? I fixed that one. Fixed some fish not going into the fish box. Fixed that one. That was a bug that I think you encountered. Fixed some fights ending without providing experience. I think that happened to you once or twice also. Lowered the music volume for sound effects to be better heard. That was also feedback from Infinite. Added boss sprites to the overworld. I'm not sure where I got that idea, but it definitely works better. Fixed some fish having the wrong amount of health. I don't think anyone actually noticed that except me, but that's okay. Fixed collision issues on the overworld. Again, I don't think anyone actually noticed that. Fixed graphic issues on the overworld. Again, no one really said anything, but I wanted it fixed. Fixed the dialogue saying first up twice in a row. Now, I know that you encountered that one. And that should be all of them. There might be some other little things that I forgot to put in the patch notes. But, yeah. So, I am excited for that. And thank you so much for all of that feedback. Because it was very helpful for me to make changes to the game. But Infinite, if you have things you need to do, if you gotta go, if you gotta eat, I totally understand. I very much appreciate the raid. You're very cool. Quackers is cool. Skelly is cool. Your whole stream is awesome. Thank you all the raiders for hanging out. I appreciate you. And yeah. What's next here? We got... There was another bug somewhere. We got this one. Thanks for... You're welcome, Infinite. Thank you. Level 25 star doesn't animate. That's right. The moon level. One of these stars doesn't animate properly. 24X. So yeah, I think, yeah, it's this one here. It needs to look like this one. It never got replaced. And we should probably look to make sure that all the other ones got replaced. That's the only one I noticed, but this is a really hard level. I might not have gotten far enough. So far, everything else looks okay. I don't know how we missed that one, so we'll just save that, and that should fix that bug. Cool. And we finished those, so that's done. So then the other thing I wanted to do was to make a waterfall in the art on one of these levels. And this would be like a special piece of art, but it feels like it's needed because right now we've got an enemy inside the wall that serves the purpose of stopping the fire from going, yeah, this one here. So what I'm thinking is that we make like a waterfall sprite or possibly a background tile that just like blocks. So we leave the enemy there, but we make it transparent, or we make it a sprite, which that'd be the easiest way to do it. I just don't know if it's like that doable color wise. Because sprites, you're kind of limited. You have to use these 4 colors to make them, and then you change the palettes, and you can only use the white, the light gray, and the black one. So yeah, it would be like a really weird thing here. And I'm not really sure the best way to do it. So let's try some things. Oops, I keep doing the same thing. Something like that, maybe? I don't know. That looks funny like that. What does a waterfall normally look like? Like that? Or is it more like that? I think it's more like that. That's got a waterfall vibe to it. What the hell's going on here? Oh, I see. We want this. And then this. Hold on, what the hell just happened there? Why is that being weird? It's a waterfall. But we might need like some type of pipes, and like I think that'll be the hard part here. But let's give it a shot. First, let's take another look at the. So yeah, it's got to be like right at the edge there. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a new layer on top, and we're going to I don't know. Try something else here. Something like that, maybe. I don't know. It's worth a shot. So we'll save it. We'll export it as let's save it first. Put it in a better folder than that. And we'll export the sprite sheets. What are you working on? We made a waterfall. But yeah, Cryptic, I'm looking at your DM right now. Those are really cool, interesting things there. Nice work on the details of the heart, like the little scripty doodles. Those look nice. But yeah, we're making this little waterfall thing. That way we can replace this enemy, because the enemy's just there to stop the fire. So I figure like a waterfall will work. I love doing the swirls. Yeah, they look nice. Animated waterfall, yeah. So kind of waterfall-esque. We're limited on colors here because it's a sprite, but hell yeah, well, I'm glad you like it. We'll see how well it works once it's in the game. So let's throw it in here. Assets, sprites, we'll paste it. There it is. So we'll go to our sprites folder, and then I think it's called waterfall. So yeah, if we hit play, nothing happens, and it's set to fixed directions. We want it to be just one direction. We want it to be 3 frames. So also we want it to be like blue. That actually works pretty well. Pantheon, welcome in. I'm here, yay! How you doing, Pantheon? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've been having good streams and stuff. How is the 3D modeling going with the steampunk short film? I'm good. Hope you're good too. Yeah, we're doing great. Wait, why does that look messed up? This frame... Wait, is it this frame that's wrong? There we go. We're making a little waterfall sprite to hopefully fix something that looks kind of funny, and hopefully it doesn't look too much funnier. So level 6. Let's find the password for that one. Level 6 is Lily. So we'll go ahead and make another export. Yeah, I'm making a female character at the moment. Just getting set up. Awesome. Very cool. Well, I hope it goes well. I appreciate you dropping in. Looks like it's compiling some things again. Looks like it's done. Alright, it's linking the data now. Almost done. I will still be here lurking, still even when I start. Okay, cool. Well, I appreciate that. Any second now. Oh, there it is. And we'll skip right to the Lily level. Oh, let's turn off the background music. Alright, so... L... Oops, I hit the wrong button. Why is... Oh. I switched emulators and now I'm like, hey... Which button does what? So we do have to get to the key at least to see how this will look. But it's a level that's relatively easy. There it is. So that way, if you're trying to be... It stops the flames from going that way. You can still get this one though. I kind of want to change the music on this level also. It just seems a little bit too obtrusive. Or intrusive. A little bit too loud. Yeah, the only possible issue would be that people don't know what it is and they think it's something they need to like get. Or they might like shoot at it thinking that they're supposed to do that. I don't really know. But it's worth testing. I think it looks better than having an enemy stuck in the wall. Because that just looks like it's not supposed to be there. Alright, so BGM off. That's song 3. So let's go into song 3. Music. Song 3. Pixie says, I like my enemies stuck in the wall. I'm sorry. It looked broken. When I first saw it, I was like, that's not supposed to be like that. And I'm working on the game. So I think that's the part that I need to like chill out. These weird drums there. This one. So these gray ones. Oh, this is the noise channel. And the light blue and dark blue, or whatever these are, the bluish gray. Yeah, this is way too loud. Let's turn that down and turn this one down. That sounds better. But maybe even turn it down just a little bit more. Oh, there's a wild mantine in chat. But I think that change to the noise channel helps. Doesn't sound like it'll take over because it was like really loud. We brought it from 14 down to 8, so it's like about half as loud almost. Just a little bit louder than half as loud. So that should help. I think we've fixed everything that we could. Looks pretty good to me. So yeah, I think we're good on this. Pyrotoad is ready for testing. Which is good, because there was a few testers that were like waiting on us. However, I did have some ideas for Frontrooms. It is getting late, but I don't want to dip into Frontrooms for a little bit. Because I actually got someone to test it. The first playtester tested it, first blind playtest, and they had never seen or heard anything about this game before. They had never played an Anomaly game before. It was really helpful feedback. So one of them was that this chandelier looked too normal. Another one was that it doesn't explain that you can look around. They just went straight for the door and didn't realize that you could look around. So what I want to do is on this one, because this is like no normality room, I want to, when you go here, check and see. Yeah, we're not over on tiles, so that's perfect. I want to check and see if it's the first time you're playing the game, and if it is, like, tell you look around. But what we can do is make it so once you click on one of these other ones, that variable goes away. So I guess we don't even really need the first game variable. We can just do that if you don't look around. So yeah, before we change the spreadsheet. Oh, and another piece of feedback was that the sound effect should have a separate cursor, so that way you can tell the difference. And if for some reason you have the audio turned off, then it should just not display that, right? But if for whatever reason, because like at the time we were at this loud bar and you couldn't hear the game, and they were trying to press on things because the cursor changed, but they had no idea what it was doing. But if it used like a little icon of a speaker or something like that, then they would have had an idea. So that's my thought on that. But first we should figure out a way to tell the player. So let's see, we'll do if variable compares with value. We'll make a new variable. Has looked around. If has looked around equals false, then you do a dialog. And it says I don't know what to say here. Click the walls, click the edge of the screen, the edges of the screen to look around. Of course, then they're going to look up and realize you can't do that. to see how things should be. Click the left, right, or bottom of the room to see how things should be. Click the left, right, or bottom of the room to see how things should be. And then we'll change it here. Variable value has looked around equals 1. That way it only does this message once. And then if you click on any of these, we'll do in here, variable value has looked around equals 1. Copy that, drag it to the top, paste it, drag it to the top, paste it, drag it to the top. And this one, that needs to be at the top also. Alright, so now if you haven't looked around, it will warn you, hey, like, you're supposed to look around. Because people go straight for the door and they're like, oh, I can look around? Or at least that person. And then there was a similar thing where if you go straight to here and you don't look around, you should know that, like, this locks behind you. So we'll make another if variable value, and we'll make another variable. This one will be locks behind you info, and then we'll say dialogue this passage will lock behind you, and then we'll do a menu. Actually, can we even do all that? Yeah, so we're at 200, so we're fine. And we'll need to do it on both of these. So this one, we can leave it at local, that's fine. Number of options 2, and we'll say enter, don't enter. Don't enter yet. Or maybe just not yet. And then variable value locks behind you. Oops, set that to 1. Oops. Hey, that did work. So we'll copy this. This needs to be at the top, by the way, and then we'll put it here also. And they use the same variable. So if you've gone to 1, it will be the same. Although now I'm thinking if you say no and then you check that one, you'll think it's a different direction. Maybe we should have 2 different locks behind you. There. So now there's no way you can be confused about that. Another thing we could do is when you go to this one, we could also set both of them to be true. Because now you know you can't go back. Locks behind you. 1. Copy the event, paste the event, locks behind you. 2. So there. And then yeah, so the other thing was the sound effect icons. We need to make an icon for that, and also go to like every single one. So that's kind of a big one. The other thing, what was the other thing? Was there another thing? Oh yeah, the chandelier. So let's do the chandelier first, because that one's like a little bit more artful. And it won't be too hard. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different ones. All we need to do is make it look eerie somehow. And I kind of don't want to use skulls because that's what we did before, but maybe we can use blood. I don't know, it kind of doesn't look great. Maybe we do use skulls. That might be easier because we have skulls. Let's find those skulls. Be a lot easier if they just opened in the same one. I don't know why one's opening in one and not, and yeah. One's the beta, I think, and one's not. Beta branch or something. I don't know. That looks better than the blood, but maybe the blood looks good. Yeah, that looks. You know, maybe this just needs to be the dark or the oh, this other color. Stop with that. Do what I want you to do. Also, that wasn't the right color anyways, which is funny. That looks better. Right, so we'll merge these down. We'll select all and copy. And then we're going to open up all of them. And I think that includes the title. But that's going to be a little bit more difficult to fix. Yeah, maybe it doesn't need it. I don't know, you would kind of see the one. Kind of looks better without it. We'll just leave that one. We'll save all these others. And hopefully that doesn't send us way over on tile count. But no, we're good. Wait. How come that one didn't get it? Oh, did I not save that one? Alright, we're still good. Alright, and then the last thing was the sound effect. So new 16 by 16. We'll do green. And then we'll do a white speaker with a black outline. Oh. Might be fun to put like a skull in there, but I don't... Skulls are so hard to draw. This is looking more like a flashlight. We do have enough room for another border. Might help it look more like UI. Maybe I'm getting carried away. Yeah, that looks more clean. So we'll export this as a speaker. We want it in the normalities, sprites. Throw it there. And now for each time there's a sound effect, which is like everywhere, we want it to change. Instead of having this, what we want to do then is do this. We'll paste that, and then we'll remove the sound effect, and then put this inside there, and then instead of changing it to pointer down, we'll change it to speaker, which is not in here yet, so we need to add that. So let's find that. Where did it go? Did I already close it? Turn it. Oh, there it is. So yeah. Save it as speaker. Open the folder. Grab the speaker. Copy it. Assets, sprites, paste. There, we've got our speaker in there. So now we can change this to speaker. And then on leave, we need it to... Actually, we don't have to do anything on leave because it's going to change it back. But we do need to do this for every single one. So this might take a minute. But I think it'll be worth it because it was a little bit confusing for that person at the bar because they couldn't hear it. They had no idea. They knew that they were clicking on something, they didn't know what it did. And this might help emphasize that it's just a sound effect anyways. I'm gonna head out. Have a good stream, Rick. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate it. Hope you have a great day at work. And, yep, take care. So yeah, another thing that this is fixing is that if you have the sound effects turned off, then the icon won't change because these things don't do anything but make a sound effect. So if you have the sound effects turned on, you don't need to click on them. So therefore, the pointer doesn't need to change. Technically, it will still run this event to see if the sound effects are off, but it won't actually do anything because the sound effects will be off. And that's fine. But that's something that I didn't think about the first time, because I just assumed that everyone would have the sound effects on, but that's not going to always be the case. There's an option to turn them off, so people might turn it off. Might have missed him. I've been distracted working on stuff all day. Oh, well, that's okay. I'm sure that they understand. But that's cool to hear that you've been working hard on stuff all day. I mean, you know, it sucks to work hard all day, but I'm sure it's good stuff, you know? Are you doing stream stuff or are you doing work stuff? And I hope it's not all work. Hope it's some fun. I just finally finished my work for the day, maybe, so I can finally play my new obsession. What is your new obsession? It's stuff. Stuff? I don't know what stuff is. Stream stuff? Or work stuff? Planet Crafter. Oh, interesting. How is it? I mean, obviously it's good if you're newly obsessed over it. How good is it though? Is it like out of this world good? Get it? Because it's Planet Crafter. Out of this world. See what I did there? I don't know much about this game. I feel like you talked about it on your stream, but other than that, I think that's all I heard. I think you mentioned it a couple times actually. It sounded like you were excited about it. So I'm glad that you got something you're excited about. That always helps to make the day go faster. It's like No Man's Sky, but I don't have to play all over the place and get shot at by pirates. No pirates. The pirates aren't so bad, Kixie. They don't mean harm. They're just trying to take your booty. Can you really blame them? Fly all over the place. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Pirates gotta have their booty. And I killed them all, and there's so many. So you're a pirate killer? Maybe you should join them. Just become a pirate. Yeah, I picked up No Man's Sky for a little bit when I saw the new update lets you have more than one settlement, but I didn't manage to do anything new. I was totally stuck in my old routine and didn't see any new content. Did not find another settlement. Just did a whole lot of the same. I kind of want to try fishing still. I still haven't done the fishing since that was like over a year ago now, right? Coming up on a year or something. Never did the fishing update. We get all these? Yeah. This one doesn't have any sound in it. I think that's all the sound effects. I feel like this one, it says very first day, and then it says nothing is normal the very first day. I feel like this one should do the same thing. I don't know. It's just weird because you don't have to push any buttons the first day. But you do the second day. I don't know, it does prevent you from going through this door if you haven't pushed a button. Maybe we do an else statement here. The dialogue that says... Oh wait, can we do a dialogue in this room? Yeah, we can, okay. The dialogue will say... First, we need to be... Oh yeah, because day number 1, that's always going to be selected, so... Oops. What am I trying to do? Oh, the max height. So that way if you try to race through without hitting the button, it'll say choose yes or no. I'm like Zoro in One Piece. I don't know much about One Piece. I've seen like 2 or 3 episodes. I never even got a freighter because I didn't want to deal with space stuff. Aw. The freighter is actually kind of quite a bit of fun. That's part of my routine. Is to send out the little sub ships on your freighter, because they go out and do missions for you and bring back lots of monies. I don't know much about One Piece either. Well, you know about Zoro. Maybe one day I'll get one. You should. They're not terribly difficult. They're nice to have. Yeah, I've been playing Peak on single player, trying to get better. I got pretty far up the Alpine, but then I had a phone call, and it was right before they updated the game. So because now the pause button works when you're on offline mode. It didn't work yesterday. So I got this phone call that I had to take, and then I look back after the phone call and I'm dead, because even though the game was paused. But the next day they updated it so the pause button pauses when you're in offline mode. I didn't want to deal with it and just like discovering new terrible places and building homes there. I do a lot of that too, Kixie. Like just like going to insane living locations and then building a home there and being like, this is my home on the Hell planet. This is my home on the Frozen planet. This is my home on the low gravity planet. And I get experimental sometimes. There's one where I just like drew like material, like with the, you know, the terraforming gun. I just like drew all over the entire face of the planet next to my base. So it's just like an obstacle field trying to land your jet there, because there's all this floating terrain. It's pretty weird. I didn't look for them. They are what I was served. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's interesting to see what happens, right? I know you had some fun with it, Kixie. You can't lie to me. I remember when it was still magical for you. But I hope that you have fun with your new planet game, your Planet Crafter game. I'll have to take a look at it. I know that I looked at it on your stream, but I don't really remember. It definitely looks a lot more friendly than No Man's Sky, but similar in some ways too. I guess we'll just leave it on and keep the volume off because I keep getting copyright claims for for these. Dragon Smith, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the lurk. Although I played a bit in December, and that terrible poison storm planet I lived in is now a paradise or something. Still poisonous though, I think, but much more tolerable. Yeah, they change the planets every once in a while, and like it'll affect the planets that you have, and it's a little bit frustrating, to be honest, because it's like you're like, wait, I don't remember building this base. It's like, oh wait, they probably just changed the planet. Because they do these like blanket changes that change things that, you know, you've already discovered, and it changes. Yeah, kind of frustrating. Yes, yeah, I find it to be frustrating, but it's also nice that they're like making some changes, because, you know, it's like they're listening to feedback, or they're like, you know, making adjustments so it's like less hostile and that type of stuff. But yeah, it's weird when you like thought you like had discovered something already, but now you have to rediscover it because it's changed. But I haven't done any of the underwater planets. I haven't built anything underwater. It definitely has like Subnautica vibes, but I just haven't gotten there yet. I liked Subnautica though. I thought that was fun, but it's like way scary. I don't think you'd like Subnautica because it's all underwater. But I did and do love No Man's Sky. I complain, but I loved it anyways. See? I knew it. This does look cool though. But yeah, very No Man's Sky, like a lot of positive reviews. Look at that. It's got online co-op too. On Planet Crafter, you are dropped on a terrible planet too. It felt like home. Aww. So Kixie, I heard you had a run-in with a, or an almost run-in with a porn game on your stream. Indy mentioned it to me in chat. He said, "How could you leave me with these people? Someone tried to make Kixie look at a porn game." But I was thinking, you know, cause like, what? Oh, did you not know about that? That's what Indy told me. How did that get by you? Maybe you couldn't find it because you have like porn games turned off. Oh, is that what that was? I'm surprised Indy didn't tell you. He told me. Probably right after it happened too. It wouldn't let me click yes. Ah, that's probably what happened. But yeah, Indy made it sound like he was trying to communicate it to you, but wasn't sure if you were gonna read it or what he was writing or something. I'm not really sure. But I was thinking, if that's like an issue for you where you're not sure, like, you know, if something important happens that you need to read in chat, like if your mods need to tell you something important, maybe you could do like an alert with like a command just for your mods, so it's like, you know, I don't know, some type of sound goes off that reminds you to like check to see what your mods said, just in case something important needs to be said. I don't know, it's just an idea. Like something, you know, it would be fairly easy for me to do on my stream, but I rarely ever have the chance or the thing where that would need to happen, right? Where a mod would be like, Rick, don't do that, because I mean, I'm pretty open about the stuff on my stream. Like, obviously I stay away from like not safe for work stuff, but like, how often does it happen that someone's gonna be like, Rick, that's content you don't want on your stream? Like, I usually figure it out beforehand. Oh, interesting, a police redeem. Well, not even a redeem. I mean, it could be a redeem, but the thing about redeems is that the rest of your chat would be wanting to use the redeems. But if you made it a command that only mods can use, then they would quickly figure out that only mods can use it, and it's like a, you know, a thing for mods only. But you know, it's up to you, obviously, whatever you think. But yeah, maybe just a little sound effect or something that you would recognize, maybe wouldn't be too jarring for chat, you know, so that, or something that they might not even realize, but something that where you could be like, oh, I need to look at what so and such said in chat and just look for what your mods said in case there's something important that needs to be said. Of course, with Indy, you never know, he might abuse that for attention, but it's just an idea, something that I thought of, because it sounded like Indy was having trouble getting your attention on that specific thing, but I wasn't there, so I don't know. That's just the way it came across in Discord when he was telling me about it, so that's what gave me the idea. Yes, people think it's funny to try to trick me into looking at that stuff. Exactly, yeah. I don't think it's just you, Kixie. I think it's because you're a woman, and I think that's kind of sad, but I think that is kind of what happens. And, you know, then there's the other thing, is that people don't realize how wholesome you are, and because you're anime, people think that, oh, she's probably into hentai too, you know what I mean? And like, yeah. Oh yeah, I meant command, I get what you mean. that's a smart idea. It's just, it's just a thought, not something you have to implement or anything like that. But yeah, you've probably seen Subnautica, but you don't like the water, and it is like an accidental horror game. This came out back in 2018. I think I got it when it was in early access. It was in early access for like at least a year or two. I think I got it in 2017 in early access. I still want police to happen somehow. Well, you could make it, fun, right? That game terrifies. It terrifies me, Kixie. I'm not even afraid of the water, and it terrifies me. But it is fun. Like, once you get over the terror. I couldn't get it to work with my VR headset, unfortunately. I don't know if they've fixed that since, but everything was like off. The offset was crazy. I was like standing outside of my body and stuff. It was really weird. But yeah, for the police command, right? You could still make it, fun. I mean, if you don't mind that your chat recognizes what's happening, you could even put like, an overlay of your police emote on the screen, and then do like a borp, like a police siren borp, so that way, like, and then you can kind of like joke about it and kind of, let your mod steer you away from whatever you were about to do that needs the alert. Exactly what I was thinking. Yeah. But if you do it as a redeem, you know what's gonna happen, right? Your chat's gonna use it because they think it's fun, and they'll just use it for just their own entertainment rather than actually trying to guide you from staying away from a porn game or whatever it is you almost clicked on, or you tried to click on. But yeah, it's unfortunate, but I don't think it's just you. I think that happens a lot when people are like, oh, I'm going to go shopping on Steam. People would be like, I know this really bad game that they're not going to want to see. I'm going to make everyone, I'm going to make them show this game that like, it's just kind of a immature thing to do. But then, like I said, there's also the other half of like, oh, this is an anime person. They probably like these types of games too. And like, it's like a whole culture in itself, right? I was getting overwhelmed at the time because I didn't understand why I couldn't find the game. Well, that's probably a red flag there, since you've got, and luckily you have adult games turned off, because otherwise that would have come up, right? I don't know if I have adult games turned on or off. I think I have them turned off on Steam, but I'm pretty sure I have them turned on itch, because when I first saw like it's saying, do you want us to hide adult content? I was like, wait, there's adult games? Because this was like back in like, 2017. And I had no idea that there was adult content games, but apparently there's like a fuck ton of them on itch, because they're all like visual novel porn stuff. And I've never actually played one, but I've looked and I was like, oh my god, yeah, that's weird. There's a market for it too. Like, nothing that I ever wanted to produce myself, but there is a market for it. Of course, right? These are all learning experiences, and the more you know. I love the emote. Because knowledge is power. But I kind of want to get back into this game. Like, I never beat it. I got really far, and they didn't finish it. Like, the game wasn't done by the time that I stopped playing it. Because I think it was still 2017 when I stopped playing it. Definitely didn't see that. Did they ever add... No, they never added multiplayer. I think there's a mod for it, though. Now, I don't think the VR ever... The WMR support. Let me look. No, it doesn't. While some players have reported getting to work, it's often described as a workaround rather than a fully supported feature. Subnautica primarily supports gamepad and keyboard mouse input. This video shows how to play Subnautica in VR with motion controllers using a mod. Interesting. It only supports Oculus and Vive. Also, this thread is old and outdated. It does work with WMR, and you get partial controller support. Best play with an Xbox controller though. I'm playing with a Lenovo Explorer. Interesting. Confirm it does at least launch. Yeah, I got it to launch. Unfortunately, can't seem to use it in a sitting position as menus appear directly below you. So you need to look straight down, then wildly flail your mouse until the menu selections light up. Pointer not visible. At this point I gave up and unsure if this is WMR specific or just general VR. Yeah, I had a similar experience when I tried to use WMR with Subnautica. But yeah, so I think we got everything we need in this game now. Should probably test it. Oh my gosh, it's already 2:45. I feel like the last time I looked at the clock it was only like 1. So a streamer I started following recently because she was doing pixel art and I rated, does cross stitching, and that's super interesting to me. I've never done cross stitching before, but it looks fun. It's a lot like pixel art, and you can actually transfer your pixel art into cross stitching. When I was at the framing studio, I definitely framed some cross-stitching, and it was a pain to frame, especially if people bought like cheap like cross-stitching material, because there's like a, I don't know what they call it, some type of like net basically that you like stitch into, and not all of them are square, and when they're not square it makes it really hard to frame. Did this not load? Oh wait, it worked. But it's a relatively cheap hobby. They sell the stuff to do it at frickin' Walmart. I used to collect those threads. Hey Rick, do you cross stream on Kick? No, I've never used Kick before. I do use YouTube though. I restream to YouTube. Click the left, right, or bottom of the room to see how things should be. Uh-oh. It still sent me through. That's why it's important to test things. Wait. Why is it changing to that? Did I? Oh, I must have accidentally clicked on that. Ah, hitting no still goes through. Alright, so let's try to fix some of those bugs. So that will do that. And then there was this one. Yeah, this doesn't need that. Did I do that on all of them? No. Okay, so we want to copy this one, paste it where this was. I want to make sure I didn't screw up any of these other ones here. Yeah, all those look good. There's a Star Raptor, which is not a space dinosaur. It's Kixie's favorite type of Pokemon. Favorite type to punch. It's a bird Pokemon. So that should fix those bugs. Well, oh, and then there, oh no, there was the other one. These ones. So we'll throw these into the else statement. And that should fix it. Are you side-eyeing about the bird? Hey, we all caught the bird Pokemon. Even Kixie used the Ultra Ball on the bird Pokemon? She's probably just gonna punch it. I was copying Cryptic. You really want a Star Raptor? It's not a space dinosaur. As much as I'd like it to be a space dinosaur, it's not. I have no idea, that's why I was copying. It's a bird, Kixie. A very punchable bird. More punchable than a Pidgeotto. Let's just put it that way. I looked it up because I thought it was a space dinosaur. I was thinking of the coolest Pokemon that could ever be in my head. And oh, well, I guess we didn't. This passage will lock behind you. Enter? Not yet. Not yet. Oh, but when you hit enter, wait, we need to reset. You really want to see a bird punched? Perhaps. I'm just picturing it, you know? It's funny. Click left, right, or bottom of the room to see how things should be. So now if we hit this passage will lock behind you, we hit enter, it doesn't do anything. So we want to make it do the thing when you hit yes. So at the bottom of this we'll do if variable value and local 0, then we'll just do both of these. So we'll copy this event, then we'll copy this event, paste it, and now we got to do the same thing on this one. So if variable value local 0, copy this event, paste it there, copy this event, paste it there. Oh, but do we want it to be 0? We want it to be 1. And then if it's 2, nothing happens. So that should fix that. But yeah, if you're gonna punch a bird, you could punch the Staraptor. I'd like to see that, because I was really disappointed to figure out that it wasn't a space dinosaur. This is what I was thinking a Staraptor would be like, so you could see how disappointed I'd be. I don't try to punch birds, it came from me. I believe you, Kixie. But could you imagine if you expected the bird to be like this, and it wasn't? It was a bird. Can you see how disappointed I'd be? Why Kixie punch birds? You didn't hear the story? Kixie was attacked by a bird and had to defend herself. It was defense and martial arts at the same time. Did that scare anyone? Scared me. Choose yes or no. Choose yes or no. Choose yes or no. So that works. Got it right, I guess. Door is locked. Wasn't there supposed to be blood underneath this door? Oh, no, it's the couch. The couch isn't ruined. The Scully sound effect. The Skelly sound of Scully. We didn't check the room. It's alright, we know what it was. It was the couch. So Cryptic, are you gonna test my game? You gonna test Frontrooms? If you're still here. Probably too scary for Kixie. Hell yeah, I'll test it. Cool. Of course, Kixie's welcome to as well, but you know, I don't want her to have nightmares. That's the door with blood. Sorry, I was doing some research into this animated emote I want to do. No worries, no worries. You don't have to apologize for that. I didn't see anything missing. We got it wrong though. There was something. Different difficulties provide alternate endings. Yeah, maybe you can test it on stream so that way I can I get some live feedback, you know, and watch you get super scared. 19 separate pictures of my cat, dude, from all angles. Nice. You gonna make a three-dimensional rotating cat? So there's an issue there. You go from that to that, it doesn't work. That one does the same thing. I think I need to make those smaller. Why is Kixie talking about punching birds again? I brought it up. It's my fault. She is anti-violence towards birds. Now that she's got a pet star raptor. Oh, the coat, that's an easy one. Kixie when she sees a bird. Are those fire eyes? So this sound for the skeleton, it's kind of got a funny story, right? So I was at that game dev meetup like 2 weeks ago or whatever, and I was playing this guy's game, right? This dungeon master from like the 70s, right? This super old guy, and he's like, you know, testing his game with me, and we get attacked by these skeletons, and he was like really into it. So he like was making the sound effects for the enemies, right? Which was actually a lot of fun, but his skeleton sound effects were just like great. He's like, it's like, what the hell? That's, I mean, obviously I was internally saying what's going on with this guy, you know, but like, how do you make those skeleton sounds? And that was my attempt to make his skeleton sounds. I had a lot of fun making the sound effects in this game. Wait, why didn't that blink? Do they not blink anymore? Oh, I bet it's because it's Game Boy Color, huh? I didn't think about that. Well, now there's a whole nother bug, right? Because these are supposed to blink, but the thing that I'm using only blinks with color. So what we need to do is set up one for if it's in color mode and one for when it's not. And now how do we invert them is the question. Toss a coin to your streamer. I had to zoom in on it to read that. Thanks for the coin. What is the... You know what we could do? We could invert these colors. Like in Sprite. I think that might be the answer here. So if we go to palettes we've got our palette here. We'll just have to recreate this palette. Oh wait. No, we just need to flip them. That's what we need to do. I thought it said flip a coin. Toss a coin. I can read it on my phone, but it says toss. Oh, you can't read it. Okay. Can't type it either. I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, typing is hard on phones, I've realized. So we need to swap these and these. That's what we need to do. So color 1 becomes color 4 and color 2 becomes color 3. So that should work. And then we can copy this event and paste it in place of this event for each of these. Okay, let's try it again. My fingers are too big. I have this weird thing where one of my thumbs is like much bigger than the other. For a long time, my parents blamed it on video games. They literally thought that they called it Nintendo thumb, and they thought that because I played video games, my thumb was bigger than the other thumb. But that doesn't make a whole lot of sense because I hit both sides of the controller with my thumb. You bet it's genetic? Well, no one else in my family has a big thumb. But it probably is, I don't know, I think it has something, it's almost like polydactyly, right? Where you like almost have a second bone, but not quite. It's just like an enlarged bone. Polydactyly is when you have another finger, but sometimes it's just like another bone in your finger, and sometimes it's like a partial bone. Canceled build. Why did that happen? Not how bodies work. Gamer thumb would be crazy though. There was a Sega ad about that. Or no, it was a Blockbuster ad? I can't remember. But it was in like video game magazines. It was like this person had like blisters all over it, and there was like a band-aid, and like there was like a diagram of where he got all of these thumb injuries, like what games he was playing, like how many hours he spent on each game, like, or beating the games, like. I don't know if I can find it. Oh, well, there was a Blockbuster commercial, so I wasn't completely wrong about that, but I remember seeing in a magazine ad. I'm not finding it. But I did find the Blockbuster commercial. The volume's too quiet to hear it anyways. But you get the gist of it. Why is their gym like a rodeo floor? Anyways, my thumbs aren't that bad, but, you know, definitely larger than you would think. Why is it canceling the build? Grip timer 24. What does that even mean? It was working before we changed the thing. I bet you crush people in thumb wrestling. You would think that, except it actually makes for a bigger target, right? If you have like a small thumb, you can like weasel out of the thumb wrestle, right? But if you got a big thumb, it's like easy to grab. I just want it to build. I don't want to have to do things backwards. Apparently we broke things. It doesn't like this using timer 1 twice, maybe? But it's an else statement, so it should only be using it once. Seems to be working now. Or is it gonna cancel at the last second again? It did, it canceled at the last second again. This thing, what is this? Undefined global. Can we copy that? This is different than what I'm dealing with. There's an Iggly buff in chat. Iggly buff. What if we disable this on each of these? It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Did I already get that one? That's weird. Alright, let's try it again, see if it builds now. Igglybuff escaped, no one caught it. No, you mean Igglybuff escaped? Hey, I threw my ball before it escaped, okay? It didn't tell me that the Pokemon already escaped. It only told Cyfix that. If you guys would have been as quick as me, you wouldn't have missed it. Or the opportunity to miss it. Okay, so it doesn't want to do it because of this? Maybe? Wait, this one didn't get turned off. Try it again. Canceled again, didn't it? Well, that must mean that it's gotta be this color mode thing then, right? Or maybe it's because it's using an else statement? Although that wouldn't make much sense because it wasn't enabled anyways. Still nothing. Huh. Try it again. Still nothing. Current script bank referenced by module script timer 24. I don't understand. Well, I guess we can't get it to do that in color. I don't know why. What is BGP? Background palette? OBPO, OBP1? Object palette 0, object palette 1? What if we disable these? Now it should build at least, right? Ugh. It worked that time. So for whatever reason, it didn't like the Game Boy Color palette switching. Real weird. Well, what can we do about that? We can scooch this over. And then this one needs to be smaller. Scooched over. Whoops. That should fix those issues. Oh, this one needs to get scooched over too. Lots of scooching going on. Alright, well, we got a lot done today. I think it might be time to start looking for a raid target. You got an ad starting soon. Got an ad started now. Cryptic, if you're still watching, I'm just looking at your cry emote. That looks great. Awesome work with that. Pixie, thank you for the raid message. We're still looking for a raid target, but that's perfectly fine. Thank you for the stream. Absolutely, Kixie. Thanks for hanging out. I always appreciate it. Cyphex says bye. See you later, Cyphex. Well, I can't find anyone new that's doing pixel art. Well, this person, well, it says English. Let's see. They've got like Thai or something in their, oh yeah, their chat is in Thai. Doesn't look that English. They have English as a tag, but Looks like it's primarily not English. Seagoat and White Castle, Whitechapel. Yeah, no, I know that. I'm trying to find new people. I mean, we could always, you know, raid old people. But yeah, I don't think that one's gonna work. This one's also Thai. That one's French, I think. Let's try it with a space. Robbing the elderly? What does that mean? I hope not. There's a couple Russian streamers. Rating old people. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. No, I meant like people that are on my friends list. Old people. But yeah, it looks like we might be rating someone on my friends list. So, let's see, there's Scab86, who's working on Stardew Valley something. There's Seagoat, who is doing spaceman looking thing. There is Ryan Art, who's always working on their tower defense game. There is Coffee and Crochet. I don't think I've rated them before. That might be cool. Let's see what they're working on. They're crocheting. Is anyone interested in crocheting? Looks like they're making little cute plushies. There is Insanity, who I think we rated last night. They are a raccoon. And then there's Ophi, who's doing cross stitching. Those are my art stream friends. There's also La Puche Quesate, who's making software and game development. Looks like they're making a Mario Blasphemous Elden Ring-like. Do any of those sound interesting to anybody? Well, if no one has any preference, I think we should raid Scab 86. They've got a cat. They've got pixel icons. We'll do that. We've rated them before, but they've only got 6 viewers, so they could use the support. Alright, so that's what we'll do. Sorry it took me a minute to figure that out, but that's what we're doing. Make sure you grab your raid message. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I really appreciate all the support. Infinite Metal, Indiana Crones, you're both awesome. Thank you so much for the raids. Very much appreciate it. Thanks everyone for hanging out and lurking. Thanks Cryptic for showing me your art. Thanks Cyphex for hanging out. Kixie for being super cool always. Talking about games and stuff. Hope you got lots done. Hope you got to planet crafting before it's too late. And yeah. Everyone was super awesome today, so I very much appreciate everyone being cool. Except for those of you who weren't cool, you know who you are. I'm just kidding, you're all cool. Alright, we're gonna hit the button here and make sure I got my raid message. Okay, see everyone there. Thank you again. Appreciate all the support. Bye now.